What's up? I am Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle. Man, what's up? Hope you guys had an amazing start to your week. Amazing Monday. I don't know why I'm staggering my content so other people can just step in and fill the hour. Shout out to Future Cannabis Project, talking shit with Eagle. What up? Welcome to prime time. Oh, yeehaw! 420, man, it's 420, Cameron. Get my chat up here, guys. Smoking Grove Frazier. Mystic Marks. Nice of you to pop over, my friend. I see I must need to get a pretty girl, I guess, for my channel to help draw in viewers. Call her Milo or some shit. What's up, Hansword? Ned Denver, automation is freedom. Gotta swap the cameras around here. The camera and the chat, I gotta move them. There we go. This feels right. I'm working on new camera angles and all that good shit. Playing with some shit behind the scenes, tweaking some stuff. Majestic Grower. Got a lot of cool mugs in town already. Jackgreenstalk. How you guys doing? Gonna be a free-for-all tonight. This is Eagle time, bro. Later night. Thank you, Mystic. Appreciate that. It is frustrating, though, man. Here I am trying to fucking be nice to make way for the content that's already available, and then everybody jumps in and tries to fill the gap. It is what it is. Yo, boy, Roy Boy, what's up? Pick some Frosty Bugs we'll bring into the house. Pick some Frosty Bugs we'll bring in this crowd. Yeah, true that. Yo, the Rose. I need to roll one up, man. It's been a long day. It's time to smoke and have a few good minutes with some amazing people. Red-Eyed Jedi. What's up? Stony Creek. Some scissors. Even. So what you guys smoking on? Damn it, I'm in top chat already. I fix that right out the Bingus! Fucking pleasure to see you, my friend. Open door tonight. Oh, it's indica. There's some blueberry jam right here. I don't see what you guys are smoking on or none of that. There we go. It must be the delay. Smoking Vogue. Girl Frazier says he got some vortex going. I know you're always missing the good ones in top chat there. I did good heart every so often myself. This guy's pretty bad, man. He's playing all these instruments himself. Kazoo! What's going on, my friend? Rolling up some of this here primal, what is this? Smash Cake. Almost fucked that up. Smash Cake by Med Grower 1. Burning some blackberry. It smells good as shit. Walking right now. Shout outs coming. Oh, yeah. Casadiangrown. What's up, my friend? Pop Little. What's up? Slowly but surely, we're all wandering in. Trying to get a few things going here on my end. Oh, goddamn. Spilled coffee on my keyboard today, so now I ain't got control of my keyboard no more. Forget that. Just better roll with what I got, I guess. The American one. What's up, my friend? There is an open seat. Oh, I can't be having no faith. I can't have no faith. Even though that is pretty good song. Fuck it, I'm gonna let it play. Fuck it, I'm gonna let it play. So what is up, guys? I'm just kind of checking in, see what everybody's doing. I'd hang out for a few. Had a guest lined up for today, but no show, no reply. That's all I can do. All I can do is show up. Thanks, baby. From 619 to 664. What's up? Support because that dude's been through so much. What are we talking about? I'm missing something. Alright, Kill, what's up? Oh. My earphones ready just in case somebody wants to pop in. You never know on the speed quickie. I'm all talking in the background. I wonder if that's been going this whole time. I haven't reached out to him yet today, Mystic. Today's been crazy start to my week. Maybe even the beginning to a new start. Maybe just the beginning of something new today. Did we lose somebody else today? What's up, Mike Gruesome? Thank you for this artwork that's behind me. Always a pleasure to support it. Ordering up some stickers today. That's a tough call. I don't know what the photo tag for. Mars, I've never even worked with none of them lights, to be honest with the camera. But if I had the money, if you had the money, the HLG 550, from what I understand, kill it. I don't know. I do like the way the SP3000s joined together. If you were going to use two of them in a 4x4, you'd probably crush it. Oh, that's too bad, Majestic. I've been to the post office. His house ain't in the world of rats. Shit. Yoda Rose says his SP3000 is killing it. There you go. That's what I'm saying to this. Is today the post office is closed? What's today? Now I feel like I'm in my own life. Refurbished, huh? Probably just as good. Now I'm glad I didn't run down to the post office. Upper Pennsylvania. Did you move, Yoda? Did you move, Yoda? You just fucking vacationing. Columbus Day. Okay. It's also what? Thanksgiving in Canada. If I'm correct. Oh, sorry to hear that, Missy. Excuse me. Right down, right down. Pizza. What the fuck is that? Yeah, I just trying to get some shit caught up today myself. Taking down some plants, a little bit of transplanting. Didn't quite get to the washing of the pots like I kind of wanted to or needed to, rather. But it's all good. It's all good. Damn. I just end up starting smoking and trimming with you guys for a little bit there. Towels popping in.
What's up, Eagle?
What's up, Tal?
Not too much. Yeah, are they talking about Eddie Lepp in chat?
Yeah, that's what they're talking about in chat.
I read a couple passing by comments, and so what, do you know what's up with him? Is he all right?
They were saying that he was kind of like losing the battle with throat cancer there. Is that what I was saying?
Oh, shit.
Lepp is lung and brain cancer and is losing the battle with me.
Damn, I met him a couple times.
I actually just thought I seen him the other day in Flint there, but I was wrong. He's a cat, looked just like him. A little embarrassing, but he was pretty honored.
Oh, you asked him if he was Eddie Lepp?
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I met him at the Emerald Cup, and I think, I got a couple pictures with him with me. And one other place, too. But yeah.
I asked the guy if he was, and he says, what did he say? Nope, just a hippie with a fucking ponytail.
That's cool. Yeah, but I only talked to him, for like minutes. It wasn't even like he would never know who the fuck I was. Or, who knows? I'm kind of rememberable because of my voice and my freaking, just me in general, I guess.
So, American one, tap on your screen right now. And when it brings up like that, it should say bring up the microphone, the camera button, and all
Right,
that,
right.
and then the three dots.
Right.
Hit the three dots.
Right.
Does it ask you about a background?
No, it says meeting settings.
It says nothing about a virtual background, though?
No.
Not mine. I noticed the other day, my Android never used to have me the option of the virtual background. I noticed the other day that all of a sudden it was
now it does. All right, maybe I got to update, but yeah, it says show my video and gallery view. I click. Oh, so that's you just see me in gallery view.
You need to
show
get
name
virtual background somehow. I wonder if you can search for it.
Topics. I could take a picture of what they show me. Yeah, and share content. It's not in that, right?
No, it should be. For mine, I found it. It was like right along that when I hit the screen dots.
There.
Yeah. Yep, the three dots. It wasn't in the meeting settings or nothing like that. It just brought it up. Pull up my Zoom. Play with it. Maybe I can figure it out. So how's your weekend been? How's the weekend?
I worked on Saturday. I wanted to go to the fucking post office on Saturday, and I ended up working, which was all right though. But yeah, I had to go to the post office for a couple of things, and yeah, I'm in my own little world. Thank God. Thank God I'm in my own little world. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know it's Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day until I got when I got there. I was like, God damn.
Yeah, I didn't realize either, to be quite honest with you.
I could just do a blank screen like this. Do I show up now on the YouTubes?
Yeah, you'd show up like that.
It's at least a box. I got my cameras blocked off. At least the front one. And the case I have covers up the back one unless I move it out the way. Yeah, someone else was saying that. Oh, it was Ganja Grow? It wasn't. It was saying I got to get a box.
You do. So we know when the towel is ever present.
Well, I said I was going to show myself, so before Halloween, I'll expose the real Tao to the world, at least for one night on Eagle Gardens rabbit hole at some point.
Eagle Gardens exclusive.
That's right.
What kind of work are you in, Tao? That you aren't?
I was doing it. I was doing time with the HVAC guys, and I gotta go tomorrow too. But I say this all the time. Anyone I work with is always older and lazier than me. So thank God, yeah, it doesn't bother me ever. And they're always done early. The guy, like I've been working on and off with this guy since I started working like a real job, and he's totally cool. So the first time he had to lay me off for and go on unemployment, I like spent the entire summer at Fire Island on fun employment, and he wanted me to come back a couple times, but I didn't realize how pissed he was that I didn't I said no because I just didn't realize, I was young and whatever. And but I made it up to him for him, and he's like my second old man. like my old man is an accountant, so he's like not very skilled with his hands. And when I hung out with this guy, it's like I learned everything kind of through him. So I learned a lot. It's all good.
Respect. That's cool. So you're not actually an international supermodel like I theorized to the chat.
Well,
and that's why you can't show your face.
I do have a porn star name, but
Nice.
but yeah, for this guy, I'll show up. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I did. This is the first show I showed my face on. If you remember back when.
Oh yeah. That's right. This is the
That's
breakthrough.
making me blush.
It's kind of like that Mendo Dope exclusive I've been bumping all fucking day that I have to go back to Eagle's show and I click on the timestamp that I wrote in the comments. The We Nerd Nation. I've like got fucking basically that whole verse memorized now, but oh man. Even like the audio is like not perfect, but I still just bumped it on repeat. Like I kept hitting that sound bite like over and over and over and over and over and over.
Man, I can't believe I wasn't smart enough to clip that out.
It was in the moment,
Just
man. You did the
sensation.
right thing to enjoy it. You just enjoyed it in the moment. I loved. I was watching Missy, the Mystic Grower. She was fucking like rocking out. Like she was fucking clearly having a great time. I was loving that, man. That was probably one of the best spots of the whole episode. Definitely, probably. It's good night.
So Jack, did you live in California your whole life?
No, I'm from Cleveland, born and raised. I moved out here for college.
Okay.
And basically, better weather, better cannabis, all that good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, the first time I went to Cali, it was an experience. And then after that, I brought me and this chick that I'm friends with. We did a trip to and I was all about the cannabis, but she smokes and everything, but she wasn't. No one's into it like I am, really. So I'm telling her, yeah, it's like you could find grandmas with gray hair rolling joints at bus stops, and she's like, "Get out of here, get out of here!" As we're walking through, I think it was even Oakland, maybe it might have been Oakland, whatever, wherever we were, there was an old lady, gray hair, rolling. I go, look right there, and yep, sure enough, it's just like a whole different world from when you go from a totally red state. And like the second time I went to the Cannabis Cup at Oaksterdam University. And yeah, that was just, it's just so awesome. It really is. That looks pretty good.
It's some forbidden fruit crossed to geranimals or garanimals. I'm not sure how that one's pronounced.
Okay.
We gather up some stuff and out there with you there, Jack.
Hey, I'll wait for you.
I forgot Jack got his fancy puff call. I'm jealous.
This is my wife, so I use it occasionally. I usually finish up the dabs that she packs a little too large for herself.
Yo, that Tara Lee loves that thing because and people, it doesn't get over hot, so it's like
the flavor is amazing.
Your lungs out. Yeah, you don't cough your lungs out. You don't lose flavor. They say it's awesome.
I love it, man. Personally, everyone's like, "Oh, the atomizer is gonna break." I just bought one backup. It's $40. I said this to one of my buddies in the chat who was like, "Oh man, that company, like, they don't treat their people right. Like, they say they have this warranty or whatever, and they don't like uphold it." Which I actually talked to another person who's like, "Oh, I broke a part of it and they replaced it for free." So I don't know. But what I was gonna say is, just for me having 2 cats that are like my kids, because I don't ever plan to have actual children, to not light a torch in my house ever anymore, I would pay like $40 a week, even if I had to buy a new atomizer every fucking week.
Oh, because when you light that thing, they scatter, don't they? They're scared shitless.
It's like that, but like sometimes they're just wild and like playing with each other and they're running up and down. So like I'm worried that I'll just be like, holding the dab rig and like the torch, and one of them will run by and jump up onto my chair, and that propane fuel, it's like a long ass flame, you know. Like I don't have a little torch. Like I had one of those big ass blue bottle, you know, propane.
Right.
And if I've heard like somebody when I was a kid, their cat got in a campfire or something, even just a little bit of flame on there, their oil in their skin catches them right on fire. So like even a little flame on there could literally like end their life. So I'm always paranoid about that. And even a e-nail, which is like plugged in, it's constantly hot. And like if they run and they catch the cord and they like pull it off the table, it could burn me, it could burn them, it could burn the house down. Like so this is definitely a good option. There's something else called the Focus V Carta, but it hits at a lot hotter temperature. It's basically like a clone of this for probably $100 less or $50 less now because they discounted this. There's a new Puffco coming out, Puffco Pro or whatever. But I also looked at the Dr. Dabber Switch. It's like a much bigger unit, but those have really good reviews. It's just, it was a little too large for, I like the portability and kind of like more stealth. This thing's super tiny. And
she takes it with her wherever she goes. She has like this little, or maybe it's not so little, but like a tumbler that it all fits in. And so it's inconspicuous and she has all of her stuff. There you go, Eagle.
I just ordered my wife a little like handle for it so you can carry it around like a little mug. Oop, my light just went out. Something about my phone being propped up against this light. It's been working perfectly all day long, and the second I come on the show, it starts to fuck up.
What is that, Eagle? What was that?
This is some Cushman's rosin 90U. Super good. That Cushman's
90
really
micron.
Good.
That's the 90 bag. Gotta love it.
All right, I think I got the damn song already.
Yeah, I'm still nervous about starting seeds, dude. That was a traumatic experience.
Oh man, that couldn't possibly deter you, could it?
No, but I'm gonna use seeds I have like hundreds of, and I'm gonna experiment more. But like eventually, I have to put them in soil. You know what I'm saying? That's what that's what it comes down to. So freaked out, but there is that one clip with those worms in a float tech, which is so bizarro.
It is pretty wild. Take that, Jabber. Go, Jack. Jack's ready anytime with the Puffco.
20 seconds later, I am at least.
It's still pretty damn quick. That should be still cooling down if you ask most people.
It's a cold start dab, essentially, with a quartz bucket.
Things are super flavorful, though. I mean, if I was actually like a serious dabber, I would undoubtedly grab one. That's the one thing I don't like about dabbing is the whole torch aspect of it. You know what I mean? It's not just that I mind it. It's just like when you're out anywhere, it's off-putting to people that don't dab. You know what I mean? It's like, what's he got going on over there? Holy shit. Pretty nice. I don't know where that fruitiness is coming from on that back end there. It's usually not fruity like that. It's good though.
You're tasting my forbidden fruit through the camera, I think.
So Jack, I took down J1 partially last night and finished her up this morning. And man, the terps on that thing, what's up, Lemon Hoko? My bad.
Cheers,
remind me of like a fucking white brown ale is what it smells like, a lot like. Can you relate that over? Is that something that you can relate?
You know,
A
I didn't
what?
have a ton of white rhino around me.
Okay.
We had a lot of the other white, like white widow, black widow, but white rhino, everybody talks about how like it kind of picked up in their area. No one in my area ever grew it, like in California or in Ohio. So I've maybe had it once or twice, and it was like I don't know the quality of, because white rhino was sold by Mr. Nice Seed Company and a few other companies for a while. There's so many different phenotypes of it. I can't say like you know how like I don't know, with purple punch, there's this one purple punch. So everybody kind of knows what purple punch is. But with white rhino, there's endless phenos that could be out there. Uh, but what do you, does it
Well,
come piney at all?
yeah, slightly. Slightly. It's hard to describe the wet smell to it, but it just, that's what it, that white rhino is what I remember, and that's what I relate to, man. That white rhino just had its own terp profile, at least what was around here. And I could, white rhino is one that I could hands down, if you gave me a bunch of jars, different strains, I could probably pick that one out, hands down. I don't think you could get that one by me.
It's funny. That's kind of how I felt about forbidden fruit. I was at my barber's the other night, and he's kind of old school. He didn't even ask what strain it was. He picks up from his buddy who has a greenhouse, and I was like, man, this tastes so much like forbidden fruit. Like I've been dabbing this forbidden fruit cross to granimals, and I've got a little forbidden fruit pen as well, and I've had the flower a bunch of times in the past. And he's like, I don't know, I'll ask him next time I see him. And then sure enough, earlier today, he texted me. He goes, oh, my buddy confirmed it was actually forbidden fruit. So like there is certain stuff. I think our Spartan Grown said it on Michigan Bros Grow Show. Smell is most linked to our memory, and I think like you're talking about with white rhino, it just links up to your memory so strong. That's a Afghani crossed to a Brazilian, the white rhino. So I don't know if part of that's like skunk one though, because I know they used a lot of skunk in their breeding, but it doesn't seem like they normally label it as skunk.
Either way, it's definitely a close terp profile, at least wet, anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I can't wait to smoke it. She's in the herbs now, so I can't wait. Time's a ticking before I get to taste it.
well, you were talking about how you like those kind of chatty and like happy, kind of upbeat, positive smokes, and I think that J1 will be coming down just in time for you to have some of that, because I think a lot of people have that sort of experience with it when they smoke it.
Just what I need. Just what I need. Just what the doctor ordered.
So
What the
the
world needs now.
white rhino is also known as medicine man. It's an Afghan crossed to a Brazilian sativa, which was hit with a South Indian male from Mr. Nice Seed Company. And yeah, it's interesting. I wonder, that J1 is definitely just really distinct. I'll say that. I think the way it expresses in the summer here is more woody. I would say it's got like my mentor kind of guy who showed me how to grow on cocoa. He grows it still. He's the one who gave me the cut. I'm coming back into the video here, but he was kind of described his summer runs as more of like a ground up like pencil sharpener, like you know when you use the old school pencil sharpener, or even the electric ones now when you go to empty the pencil shavings, that smell in there, you get a little bit of that funk to it. And in the winter run, I get more of like a pine lime, like a terpinolene, pinene combination with a little bit of citrus from probably a decent amount of limonene in there. Is that a butt of it?
Yeah. No, this is damn it. Background, leave me alone. How's it gonna turn the blood green now? In front of my hand.
It's called a green screen for a reason, I guess, right? The
My
camera will
shirt's
never do
green
it
now.
justice.
No.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I'm fucked there. Unless I turn off the camera.
I've stopped trying a long time ago because the camera never does it fucking justice. You got to post a picture on Instagram or something because everybody's bud kind of all looks the same when they hold it up to the camera like that.
It was actually with the background off. I actually have kind of got it down to where I can get it pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah, sometimes I've seen it like focusing really good, but rarely.
You guys ready for some shit that I DM'd a few of people after one of your shows, Eagle? We were talking about phones and like how phones are getting so good with the cameras and shit now. My next phone that I'm going to get is called the Fair Phone 3 Plus, or maybe the newer one whenever it comes out. But it's like a European company. They pay all their employees like fairly. Most of the materials are recycled. And instead of buying a new phone every single year, they have replaceable batteries. So whenever there's new battery technology, you can get the new battery when it comes out. When the new camera comes out, you can literally snap the camera out of the phone and just pop a new camera in. And they have the fingerprint scanner. It runs Android platform, like Android 10 or whatever. So I'm definitely looking into it. It's $500, I want to say, off contract, or like 450 euros. So it's about half the price of an iPhone or the high-end Samsung. So I wanted to throw that out there because I DM'd it to like Raptor and a few other people. We're kind of talking about cell phones, and I don't know why it just kind of randomly popped up in my head.
I seen them like a year ago when they were talking about like open source in Japan there, or China, and they were talking about how they were going to be the new rage there, because they were saying it's just stupid to throw away the phone when you can just upgrade everything with new mods,
right,
instead of throwing it away.
Build
Which
it with
just
the
seemed
plan.
smart. Yeah.
And I liked the old Android phones with the batteries that were removable because you could charge it up and have a spare battery backed up with you. So instead of needing a battery case, once your battery starts to get shittier, you could just either buy a new battery or carry 2 batteries with you. And my phone now has like one micro SD slot. So I have like a 220 something gig that I pop in there for extra storage. But that Fairphone has 3 slots available. So I don't know how much its maximum capacity is to like add shit on there. But if you want to pop in a few different discs in there, it's got that sort of upgradability in mind. And the screen is like that Gorilla Plastic 5 or whatever, so it shouldn't shatter unless some real fucked up shit happens. So I think they're moving in the right direction with products like that. And I just wanted to shout it out because I think it's something maybe not enough people have heard about yet. And I know it's not really relevant to our normal topics, but it's kind of a rabbit hole tonight, right? So I'm gonna roll up a joint.
Automation is Freedom was asking how many watts in my 4x8 tents. I've got 2 tents each with 2K in them. I've got some LED tents that are running in combination, 600 watts. I got another 4x8 back there that's running close to 1,000 watts of LED, and I have another 4x8 that's running 1,200 watts of LED. So the combination of all the above is what I'm running in different areas. That's making helps you out any.
What do you guys think about that new micro light, that array? I think it looks pretty decent, I think.
I haven't got a chance to check it out yet.
It's like a bar style, but he came in at really low price range and he has like 3 different diode options. So you can get like the budget option, like the mid-level, or like the high end with like the red boost and like the whatever the best diodes of the day are. And I think kind of like the Fairphone thing we were just talking about, I think he plans to make it like upgradable. So when the new diode comes out, you can just order like a strip, take off the old strip and put on the new strip type thing. I could be wrong about that part though. But I know as far as efficiency per dollar, I think it's one of the most efficient LEDs that are going to be on the market. The shape doesn't quite fit my spot right now, but it scales up well for a few different common grow shape sizes.
I definitely am a fan of the bar lights, that's for sure. I just like the even coverage of the space. Is what I like about them the best. HLG, I don't know. it's a bright light, and you're expecting, it to just spread out to where the bar lights are just there. It's
You can
such
see
an
it.
even footprint over the 4x4.
Right.
Yeah.
You can see how perfectly spread it is. You don't even need a par meter. Like you can literally look, and it's like there's no shadows, there's no blind spot. Like it hits every inch of the canopy, and there's cross lighting. So just like when we back in the day ran multiple lights side by side, and you get that benefit of cross lighting, that's basically getting that with each one of those bars. So I definitely think that's probably the way of the future. That's where all the companies, Kavita is even doing that, and they were HPS for a long ass time. Now they're making their own LEDs that are top notch. Maybe not the best in the entire planet, but they're up there with some of the best.
To me, when Kavita stepped into the game, that was somewhat of a concession right there. Yeah.
I agree. I think that says a lot. Not even somewhat. Like that's a really, really big sign because they were like the kind of top one or two. It's like them and Hortilux, I think, were the two big bulb producers.
Throwing some of that rosin in on this joint.
Oh, I was saying shit. I was on mute.
Quarter in the jar.
It's like Brothers Grimm making fem seeds. You know, you got to face reality, or anybody who didn't like fem seeds to begin with.
220-volt in all my tents. Yes, sir. All my lights run off of 220.
It's the most efficient way to do it. Or not the most efficient, but it's a lot better than the 110 or 120. Whatever standard house outlet is.
Oh, hell of a lot efficient, more efficient.
It's almost 50% more, right? It's like 46 or 47%. So a lot more than I thought initially.
It definitely cuts it right in half as far as the voltage is go. Right in half. So much more. It's more than that too. It's so much more efficient on the equipment itself. The equipment runs cooler. It doesn't have to work as hard for everything. Which all in itself is a plus if your equipment ain't running hot.
Totally agree.
Hot. Reading out a little bit on chat.
Shout them out because I can't see them right now.
Red Eye Jedi grows even Cascadian, Lemon Hoko, Mr. Green Fingers Thomas, Automation is Freedom, Nature's Best Nugs, excuse me, Johnny Canessy, Buddha Boy, Major General 420 Army, hell yeah, Weedus 207, GR 420 Community Videos, hell yeah, in the house, Matt Steelberg, Stony Creek, Raptor Grows, Good Life, there's tons, Voodoo Ultras, Sungrown 707, Mole Vision 420, Stu Moo. I can keep going, Mr. Bagseed.
I'm rolling up over here, so fuck. I appreciate all the shout outs.
Casadiangrown watching right now.
I was just catching up on that today. Love all the herbalism. Love the companion plant talk. Love all the great conversation you guys were throwing down. Potential stressors. I DM'd with him a little bit today talking about that University of Guelph study where they drought stress in week 7 and it increases THC by 13% and CBD by 12%. And they actually, it says insignificant difference in yield, but the drought stress plants actually yielded more in dry flower. They had more THC, more terpenes, and more cannabinoids. So on a 9-week strain, I think it's definitely worth considering performing.
I was going to
drought
say,
stress, late flower.
I was going to ask if that was because if you stress it in week 7, it's only 8-week strain. But you're talking about 9-week strain.
Yeah, it was a 9-week strain that they used in the study. But to be honest, man, I did a 12 and 11-week strain, the Black Triangle GMO Mac that I'm about to grind up here in a second. The
Right.
3-point stance is what it was called. And I did it once in week 7 or 8. And then again, like a week before harvest. And the second drought stress I did about the week before harvest. I talked with Smiley about this on one of the episodes in the past, but the resin went from like kind of like a sandy, like tackier resin to like the next day after the drought stress, it felt like my plants were dipped in like Gorilla Glue. It was like much stickier. And I've heard people saying that GMO tends to have a sandier, tackier resin. But after I did that drought stress the second time, it was like week 10 on the 11-weeker. You could physically feel, because I was de-leafing when like the lower certain leaves at that point in flower for me literally die off because I kind of starve the plant in the soil, and I'll pluck it and you can feel in your hand the resin quality of it when it's close to the bud. And it went from literally like dry, crispy leaf the day before I drought stressed it to the day after it felt like it was just covered in glue. Like it was so much stickier, and it wasn't like a placebo type thing. Like you could hear the stickiness on your hands when you do the, some people might say, oh, that at that point in flower, it might just happen naturally, but you could see it one by one because I had 3 plants, and each one, when I drought stressed it, it went from that tackier resin to the more sticky. The Doc Holidays was kind of sticky all along.
What do you call a drought stress? You just obviously we hold back water, but do you wait for it to droop a little, or what's the
45
stress
degree, 45 degree leaf droop.
Okay.
There's a diagram that I could, I DM'd it to Casadian. They actually have a picture of the leaf, like when it's at normal, whether it's like praying or whether it's flat, versus like 45 degrees. So not like looking like it's about to die, completely flopping, but where those just after, you know how like sometimes I'll wait to water until I see those lower leaves start to droop. I just let that progress up to like mid, maybe all the way up to almost the very top of the plant, where they start to have some of that droop where you're like, oh, that plant needs water. Not like it's, oh, fuck, I missed that plant, it's going to die.
So Casadiangrown wants to know, Jack, do you think it would have similar effect in week 6 on an 8-week variety?
I would believe so, but the one thing I would caution is if you do it too many times or too early, they notice a drastic yield reduction and cannabinoid and terpene reduction. So like if you do it too much, secondary metabolites are actually really difficult to produce. So it needs to be healthy for most of its life to produce some. I mean, it can produce them even if there's a stressful life the entire time. But in a horticultural setting, we can keep it pretty healthy for like, 7 of the 9 weeks, and then have that 1 week where it's kind of stressed the fuck out. And then the other 2 weeks, we kind of get it back into a recovery before it's harvested. And I would play with it, man. I personally did this before I heard about the study in Canada, because I heard on Hash Church, Bubbleman talking about the most terpene-rich lavender in the whole world comes from the Mediterranean areas of France, where it naturally gets drought stressed. And lavender is a C3 flower, which produces essential oil, just like cannabis does. So I was like, well, if that produces linalool, just like cannabis produces linalool, maybe if I drought stress my cannabis plant, then it might produce higher terpenes. And me and the dude who showed me how to grow in cocoa, we were doing it on week 8 instead of week 7. So when we heard about this study, we just moved it up a week, because most of the stuff we run is either 9 or 10 weeks for me. He doesn't run a lot of 10 weekers, but I'll run 10 plus, whatever it takes.
Light up again, Tim.
Oh, Tim.
Good evening, gentlemen. I hope everybody's having a great evening.
I made a somewhat crucial error of not having enough flour for my joint to roll. I guess I'll pack the tip up. Still might not be enough.
Oh, I've rolled half of joints before, man. Tootsie Roll.
I give a little bit. Dirt Road Dude wants to know, how should you re-veg a plant before taking clones? this thing's looking crazy. What state is it in now? Is it like you already in re-veg? It's
Medusa?
already in like a re-veg straight. You have to let it go back out until the leaves look right. Then take clones.
That's a great
Eagle,
answer.
You're like one of the best re-veggers I know. You're like one of the first people I saw take a bud off the bottom of the plant instead of like re-vegging the plant. Like I saw a lot of people would harvest almost all the plant. They'd leave like 4 or 5 buds and they'd re-veg that whole like plant. But you actually cut those little buds on the bottom, stuck that in your cloner, got roots, and then fucking I saw the leaf pop out of there and I was like, oh shit, that's a lot quicker route it seemed. And it seemed to work out for you. So
Base saving
I've never been a re-veg person. Base saver for sure.
It's, that too, it's when you're like, especially when you're in pots like I am, you know what I mean, 10 gallons in that re-veg area, especially if you haven't done it a lot, you can't overwater. So there's that sweet spot. You're in a giant pot trying to barely keep this thing alive, and you're in habit of just gushing it every time. And now here you got to just barely give it what it needs to get them couple of buds. Keep the root zone alive and just feed them couple of buds during the transition.
You could probably,
there.
I bet you could probably chop half the root ball off and replant it into a 5-gallon bucket with a. I never did that. I took cuttings when I was harvesting a plant, and they took root and did right.
I've actually done it throughout the whole flowering time. And no matter what, you're gonna get that re-veg time to it.
Medusa.
I mean, if you can get it within the first week or two of flower, it's less traumatic on the plant, and you might get it out of that whole re-veg phase. It might just be a little bit stunted, and then it'll keep going. But anything after that, you're definitely going to go through an awkward re-veg stage.
But yeah, taking cuts is definitely better than trying to keep 10-gallon pots going.
They say, it's starting to show 5-leaf pattern again. Yeah, you're close to being able to take clones again. Now, flowering out that carcass, woo! Now, you really got to clean up that carcass if you're thinking about, flowering out that mom. Most times than not, I just take a shitload of clones and get rid of that. And just the harvest is weird on that grill there.
I agree with that. And I would just wait until you get those clones rooted for sure. That's probably obvious, and I know Eagle, you probably do that as well. But definitely just good to make sure they're rooted, even if you're confident in your cloning techniques. Sometimes it's that one fucking time where you chop the mom and you're like, oh, those will root, and your fucking cloner, I don't know, power goes out or something pathogen gets into there. Some crazy shit always seems to go down when people don't have a backup. It's always good to have redundancy, a backup to that backup.
I'll second that. I lost shit.
I can't think of a grower who hasn't. Tim, have you lost any good ones?
I lose clones like crazy. I mean, there's one when I took. She turned out so good, and I took her late. I hope she lives, but but see the bud on the top of her, I think, can't you? So
could it be used to make seeds? I don't see why not.
She's from September 27th is when I started her in the re-veg with that bud on her, and that's where she is now. So it's been a month, and she still has the bud, her leaves. So it's a long time. The only reason I kept her is she's still standing up slightly. So, but it is a long re-veg taken from late in flower, that's for sure. And when you're stuck with under a certain amount of plants, it is bad. You know what I mean? Like it ties up. It can tie up things big time, right? I got this fucking plant. I'm keeping her for more than 2 months. Well, shit, I could have had a couple through, 3 or 4 on seeds through. You know what I mean? So, but you got to keep the good ones and give them a try, or you just don't know, right? But anyway, I just wanted to show you that one. I got another one, but I don't want to mess with her because she's looking like she's dying too much. So,
You got any favorites right now, Tim?
no, I'm losing everything in the bud room to PM. Actually, fuck's sake.
I got a tip for you, bud. For PM, get your grow room to 35 Celsius if you're Canadian, 95 Fahrenheit if you're American. Breeder Steve said this: if you do that for 10 to 15 minutes a day for about a week, it should knock out all your PM, and you can cool it right down right after.
It's in the house. It's I don't know. I got it a few weeks ago. We got a bunch of humidity when that hurricane came up through the coast. So it was happening at night, and my dehumidifiers weren't turning on. I didn't know. So, but it is what it is because I'm waiting for my medical to come through, and I'm doing a reset anyway. So I don't really care if I lose anything in the bud room because everything in the veg room is good. So I can reset no problem. Give it a good cleaning. It's never been cleaned or anything. Being a perpetual, right? Fucking going on a year and a half. So to me, it's pretty much somebody saying reset. Give it a good clean.
Are you gonna kill them all?
No, I'm redoing. I got a bedroom upstairs. I'm switching the bedroom upstairs, and then I'll have 2 bud rooms. So I'm going to give these a real good cleaning and get everything done that I need. The babies will be upstairs, the mothers, get rid of everything down here, clean it up.
I saw a commercial for Plant Coast Therapy on IG saying they stopped PM. I think it was just today I saw it.
I don't have it bad. It's in 1, 2, 3 out of the 6 alien rifts. It's in 4 of them.
Could you just turn off your exhaust for I don't know?
Don't have any exhausts or anything going. Having for a week or 2. So yeah, it is what it is. I love them and all, but I got no problem chopping. Fuck. So.
What's your high temp? Highest temperature in the room for the day?
It never gets over 29 in the bud room. I put it at 29 because I got LEDs and I got the high pressures. So, and then I got an old light bulb and everything. So I got a couple different leaf temperatures going on, stuff like that. There's a drain in under the floor actually in there. So humidity comes up through that drain. So me doing a reset and all that and trying to battle it, the best thing would be to just reset and rebuild it the way it needs to be done, right? So I'm going to move towards a style of scrog and monocrop because having right now on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections I got in there is 5 5 times 4 plants is 20 plants in there that I'm rotating every 4 trying to keep up for perpetual and shit. It's just too much work. So I figured if I do a little bit bigger of a monocrop and it's less math.
Eagle, do you have any tips for Tim on getting rid of PM?
Not really. I've only had to battle it one time, and at that time I used this product called PM Cleanse, which worked pretty good at that time. Other than that, fucking cleaning everything down, the whole room down. Your whole
airflow and air exchange is really, it can help. And then also not letting it get cold and really moist when the light goes off. That oftentimes when the light kicks off, you get that it's both getting a lot colder and also getting a lot more humid at the same time. So it's like the perfect storm for PM to sprout up. So if you can keep it warmer going into the night period and avoid that basically giant spike where it gets cold really fast and it also gets humid
Well,
really quick.
let's just say at nighttime already up here, it's like -4 at night Celsius.
Oh.
So, yeah, we're already cold. So,
Do you run your
Don't worry
lights at
about
night?
that.
Do you run your lights at night?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I said, I'm just going to reset. I got everything grown in the mud picked out in the next room and shit. So,
My one buddy in Canada,
I
though,
may, yeah, but I
had
may
this
even
issue
build.
like 3 or 4 times in a row. And I think like
Do you have
it's
a
good
filter?
to try and address the.
Hey, Jack,
the-
my doctor's note's coming in and it'll be for like 240 plants. So I'm moving up from 44 to 240.
Do you have
Oh,
a
yeah.
filter at
You know
all?
what
An
I
air
mean?
filter, Tim?
So you know what I mean? Like the reset and everything like that is happening for a reason, right? I'm hoping it moves from like BC with the farm, you know what I mean? Like I'm preparing anyway, let's just say. So
I
it's
just
all
don't
part
want
of
you to have
everything that's got to
200
be done.
I just don't
No,
want
it's
you to
all
have
got to be reset,
244.
clean. Yeah, no, before all that has to be done, it has to be already done. So, you know, I got lots to do over the next couple of weeks, which is great. So, might start trying some autos and shit, eh? You know what I mean? Little things like that, little stumpy things and stuff. Yeah, it's kind of exciting. So, yeah.
Anybody out there dealing with PM, I would just refer them back to that Breeder Steve tip. Get it to 35 Celsius or 95 Fahrenheit for 10 minutes a day for a week, and that should help your PM just literally it kills it. PM can't survive at that temperature, and it's something that you don't have to spray at all. So if you can get your temperature,
This is milk. Just milk. Room temperature milk that I've left out now for 3 or 4 days. I was reading, they said the enzymes in milk, you hit the little spot of PM. What I think it really does, it just causes the spores not to be able to spread because the milk hardens there, causes, you know, a film over it, which has actually been working. Yeah, and the lacto and all that in it. So it's actually been working really good, and I've been keeping it clean in there and, you know, snipping out the lower limb shit. But hey, it's all learning experience, and you know what? I'm good with it. So I mean, I got 2 Girl Scout cookies in there that they're not having it, that don't have it, and I actually got 1, 2, 5 Bruce Banners that don't have it. So I mean, one of them's on day 56 of flower. And I took clones off it the other day to see if, because she's a beast. Oh my God, it's so fucking like, it's not PM. She's so white and healthy looking. And there's like 2 phenomes of the Bruce Banner I got in there that seem to have split that I kept by accident, and one's kicking ass. So yeah, you know, got some stuff to do, right? Sort, clean, revamp. You know?
Oh yeah, Eagle. How long until that Velvet Punch goes into flower space?
Oh.
Velvet Punch. I don't have Velvet Punch. I've got Orange Boss going.
No, it's the one that I
fuck.
sent you. No, the seeds I sent you.
Oh,
The F2s.
J2?
They're
The
F2.
J2? F2?
No, it's Velvet Punch F2. So that cross is a purple punch crossed with Cookie 7. Cookie 7 is Thin Mint Girl Scout Cookie crossed the Black Velvet Kush crossed the OG Kush. And I F2'd that from my buddy. My buddy made that cross, the F1. I just F2'd it, and I sent those out to my friends. And Doja DNA is the one who deserves the credit for that. It's like a grape candy and like gasoline.
It just
The one
needs to
dude
be
who-
up potted, Jack.
No worries. No rush. I was just curious where they're at because I know you just harvested the J1, so I figure it's about that time roughly where stuff's going to start cycling in, stuff's starting cycling out.
Right.
But that's one of your Buddha's hands. I got to transplant that, Eagle. And the Moriata is Joe. Geez, she's just sprung right up. There, yeah. She's doing great. So that's her there. And I believe, yeah, there's the Diamond Jubilee in amongst the babies here. So I find my clones do better when I have them in amongst the other plants. I seriously believe in that touching shit with the plants, which makes it bad when they do get a disease. But there's my cat. Well, loves a cat grass. Yeah.
It could be the moisture and the humidity. They like, as clones early on, they love being huddled up next to each other, or they got those kind of microclimates where there's a little more humidity.
But yeah, cool. But little
You run
video
CO2 at all,
doc,
Tim?
because I didn't. What's that now?
You run CO2?
Oh, no, not yet. I'm not that far along.
I don't either.
I got a house with 5 cats, 3 adults, and a 175-pound dog. So I actually have an 8-inch fan pulling out and only a 6 going in. And I got the 6 turned right down to barely pull anything in because it's cold out. So it pulls a lot of my weed smoke and shit goes in through, and you know what I mean? So I'm sure the CO2 is good enough.
Oh, I'm sure it is too. I'm sure
there's some more.
You probably have above ambient. Like Eagle says when he works out and shit, moving around, being in there, living in there, you definitely kick
what
it.
is it, 19.2 or 1 or something like that? In between that and 21. What is it? The oxygen level has to be between 19 and 21%. Something like that. Nitrogen, something else, and car, I don't know.
That's above my pay grade.
You just have to test all that working out west, before you get any fucking tank or anything, all that fucking, SCBA and all that shit. So, don't compare.
So have you guys been having problems finding mason jars? I went to like 5 different fucking places. The one place I called up, they're like, yeah, we got them. I go all the way there and they ain't got them. I feel like punching people.
Don't punch people, Tao. You can't ruin your.
We do not condone any violence on this channel and any kind of drug use. Please, if you're below 21, get the fuck out of here.
No, they're 18 and older, right? I just said I felt like it. I didn't. But yeah, I called up, and then when I got back, I called up like 5 places, and they're like, I finally went. They had singles. I couldn't get cases. I had to get a couple singles, but I wanted to get the shorter, smaller ones. And yeah, I remember before all this bullshit, there was like, I could get whatever I want. Now everything's starting to slip. Like, you know what I mean?
I was, I guess, like the fucking hoarder who fucking always shopped at Costco and always had too many jars. Like my whole entire coffee table is just full of mason jars underneath it. Like,
yeah.
From end to end, empty ones. And then my Curador is full of ones full of weed.
I wanted brandy new clean ones for my seeds because the ones I got have all resin stuck. And I mean, you could clean them and even alcohol. I can't get like stupid amounts of alcohol easily. I could probably go somewhere and find it, but
you can only buy one at a time here.
Yeah, the last time I found this
whatever
shit,
it is,
it was in 7-Eleven. I got like 5 bottles of these 4 ounces. It wasn't really expensive, but I had to get like 10 bottles of them.
7-Eleven wasn't like, what do you need all this alcohol for?
Well, because it was out everywhere. I went to like CVS, Walgreens, all those kind of stores, and they had nothing. I walk in and ask them, they're like, "Oh no, we haven't had that for like 3 weeks here." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
I buy all that shit online, have it shipped direct. I get my 190 proof from 420 extractor that I use for the RSO, and then I've got the 99% whoever sells it cheapest online.
That's what I want, like the 90%, 99% for cleaning stuff.
Yeah, mainly my pipes.
My last bubble run, because I don't know if you guys, I clean my bags in between each flow through. I rinse them in the alcohol and then in water again.
Have you ever waited for that alcohol to cook off? Because one time I washed them all in a Tupperware with the alcohol, and like Eagle says, I use alcohol because it destroys the resin. Well, I would let the alcohol cook off, and you can actually smoke that product.
Oh yeah, I never did that, but I could see it. It's
not great. You should purge it more.
I could see it in the water, like in the alcohol rather, because I have it in a bowl, and I just the part that all the resin collects, I like shove in there. I wear rubber gloves and squeeze it out and shit, and then I rinse it under the sink again, and then I put it in my 5-gallon tub again, all of them, and then I rinse that through with the sprayer, and I do that after every time it goes through. And by the end, I had to switch it a couple times because it was so it was actually sticky. But I could see if you let that shit dry out, like you're saying, it's kind of like it's kind of like a tincture already, alcohol.
It's a Rick
tincture
Simpson oil.
Yeah, exactly.
He used naphtha, but he said if you can't get naphtha, use 99.99% ISO because it's such a pure solvent that it's easy to cook off. And like the reason he said
that's what I
recommend it.
use.
But
look at what Tim's got some shit going on
it's
over
not,
there. What
it's
do you
not
got?
unhealthy personally. I think it's safe if you're properly cooking it off. Like I use a
smoke
vacuum.
it. I mean, eating it is one thing. Smoking it, it tastes like crazy bad.
See, I like the ethanol because it starts off as 190 proof or 95% alcohol, but the extract craft reclaims 95% of that. So there's 5% of that remaining solution at the very most could be 195 proof. So if you like break that down into how much of that is like, most of it's cannabis resin, it's like 70 to 80% THC. There's like very, very small amounts of ethanol left in there, and you can put it back in and cook off the remaining amounts. Or like I use a silicone dish that you use for like a muffin baking, and you put that on a little coffee heating pad, and that cooks off the remaining alcohol, and you're left with basically pure cannabis fucking resin, and it's potent medicine. If you let it get too hot, you can make high CBN. The trick to making high CBN RSO for anybody who wants to try it like that, you just let I have a little temp gun, so if it gets over 160, it starts to decarb. You can let it sit there for like an hour plus or whatever. But if you get over like 200 plus, you can start to get CBN forming. And so if you just let it get too hot for too long, essentially you get yourself some sleepy time medicine.
Sleepy time.
Yes, it gets like black though, but it's good medicine. Got some right here. Oh, it smells good though. I think I might take some. I am going to.
All right, boys. You know what? I'm going to drop off the crash. I got to wake up in a few hours, more or less.
I do too, but I haven't been on in a little while.
Popping in, man.
Oh yeah, anytime I can, Eagle. I like hanging out.
It's always been great talking shit with Eagle to steal Tao's line before he signs out.
It's always fucking awesome talking fucking shit with Eagle.
There you go.
Wonder how long Raptor's been sitting there waiting to get in. Oh, sorry, Raptor.
Oh, is Raptor there?
There he is.
He's popping in.
Peace out, Tao.
Cool. Peace out, Jack.
Peace out, man.
Yeah, brother.
I'm going to say hello to Raptor. Who was that? That creature was that you just had up on your screen, Raptor. What is that from? I've seen that thing before.
Oh, yeah. Let me, I'll let you look at it. You know what it is?
Maybe. I'm not sure now. Maybe
red-bellied salamander. And it's like a...
It's from a famous book. Is it?
If you know it, I don't. I just saw this illustration and I was like, that's fucking dope.
Okay.
Like it has a little wizard staff and it's holding scrolls.
It's really cool.
Yeah. I was like, all right, I'm done.
I think I talked with that creature when I was tripping on mushrooms one night.
Yeah. Was he your familiar? He was your little guide?
Perhaps.
Come follow.
That's cool. All right. Peace out, everyone.
See you later.
Have a great one.
Have a great day, Tal.
It's good to see his picture actually show up for the lives.
Kinda.
Better than nothing, right?
Yeah. Actually, I'm sure Tao is still listening. Tao, if I don't know what you're running on, probably your phone or something. If you're running on, excuse me, on your, what up, bro? Casadian's joining. Tao, if you're running on a laptop or a computer, you can have a background set up and then just cover your camera. Yeah. Oh, damn. Well, anyway, how's it going, Cascadian?
Cheers, Cascadian. Welcome back.
Cheers. Yeah.
Hope you guys are doing good tonight.
Doing well, doing well. What you smoking on tonight, Cascadia?
No, I
Raptor?
haven't smoked. I haven't smoked in, what is it? It's October. I haven't smoked since like June, and I was actually thinking about it tonight. I don't know. I'm still kind of on the fence. But I've got.
What's the reason why you quit?
I was too messed up, man. I lost my buddy, like I was telling you. I lost my puppy. I went through some trauma, some shock, and I just wasn't in a good place. And I felt like the year was asking me to come back to earth for a little while. So I just keep having, you know, I like to be in a happy, healthy spot when I start that again, and I keep running into one thing after another. Like the latest is this sinus infection I'm fighting off. I just haven't got happy and healthy enough where I feel like I'm ready yet. Life just keeps putting me down, you know, but I'm tired of waiting.
Brother, if I could sit here and smoke this joint, you should be able to sit here and smoke one with me. I can tell you that, man.
Yeah, I was thinking about having some tonight, but I'm literally like probably, you know, virgin lungs, half a puff sort of tolerance right now.
Oh, wow.
I think we all wish we were there. I think we all wish we were back there.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, my tolerance break is sleep. It's about
That's
as
how
Me too.
much as it goes. Yeah.
That's how I usually am. Sometimes I'll even wake up in the middle of the night and smoke, you know, when life's normal. But this year's been a different ride for me. So,
Have you been using any edibles or topicals or tinctures, anything like that, or just completely off the
I
cannabis
did
medicine?
I did topicals, but I didn't feel anything.
Oh, it's
I
great.
have the injury in my neck and shoulders, and I had some THC topicals. I totally ran through them, man. But that,
Did it
for
help
anybody-
with the injury?
yeah,
Okay, well that's important. That's the important thing.
yeah. I was doing the THC topical creams, and then I have a tincture with what's the common names? It's Stachy's officinalis and Scutellaria lateriflora, which is wood betony is the first one, and I always forget the second one. Scutellaria is skullcap. And I have a 50-50 tincture of those two. And when you take some tinctures sublingually, you put half of a dropper under your tongue, you leave it there for like 15-20 seconds. It skips the digestive tract and goes into your bloodstream, and I could get the muscle tension to release within about 5 minutes when I was having a hard time expanding my diaphragm, like I mentioned last night. It's all indicated for shoulders and neck sort of tension and stress. So I would do some of that sublingually under my tongue, 15-20 seconds, and with 5 minutes I would relax enough that I could pop, adjust, and breathe again. So I was pairing the THC cream with the tincture when I was really messed up. But I've smoked here and there, and it was a lot of fun. I actually had one probably 10-day period in between all the stuff that's happened this year where I smoked, and then life caught me up again. And that's how I know I'm virgin lungs, because I really was back to half a puff, and that was a great time.
It's nice to be a lightweight, but as a medical patient, I couldn't imagine myself not using cannabis for more than a day. I just have too much pain. I can't sleep without it.
Oh, I hear you.
But everybody's situation is totally different, and I am sorry to hear about your losses, and having a tough year. I think everybody's having a tough year, and I'm really thankful for this show in particular for having a little community outlet for so many people to come and kind of let their thoughts and emotions wander and be out there and do it not just by themselves, you know, because being heard and talking with others and being part of a community, whether we want to admit it to ourselves or not, it's making this situation that we're all in a lot easier for all of us. Like if this show didn't exist, if we didn't have this option, we'd all be grumpier, probably angrier people because we didn't have this outlet each night to come and shoot the shit and talk about what we love, whether it's cannabis or just bullshit, you know?
Yeah,
So,
man. I went through a period where, I mean, I'm talking probably 6 weeks, where I left my computer on at night. I couldn't handle TV because I can't handle when I get that fragile and I'm that messed up. I can't handle the, like, you know, some of those sitcoms, they'll bicker back and forth, but it's funny. But the tone of their voice is the same tone when people actually fight. And I would find that the tones of their voice would cause me to have anxiety. Sorry, I got some powdered herb in my throat. But I couldn't take the tones. So I got to the point where I left my computer on and I leave it on YouTube, and I was watching aquarium fish keeping videos, and I was getting back into fish keeping, and it was the only thing that sort of was interesting and relaxing and not anxiety driven, to where I would just leave it on while I slept. I would go to sleep to it and I would wake up to it, and it would keep me from getting into this state of mind where anxiety would kick in when I woke up. Before I could control my thoughts, I wouldn't be awake enough, and it would kick in, and I would go through a period of, you know, my back freaking out and my mind making it worse. And so that was before I really dived into the cannabis community here on YouTube. I wasn't sure who was left. You know, I used to watch Sub back in the day. I used to watch Bubble Man back in the day, but it'd been so long I forgot about all the other channels. And since I've got a little bit better where I can actually function, like Fumi's show, Eagle's show, this late night stuff is when I'll start to get kind of, you know, weirded out is the way I put it, because it's everybody's asleep, there's nobody to talk to, I'm stuck with my own thoughts. I start doing cyclical sort of thinking, and having these shows to watch has literally kept me from doing a backslide back into that sort of sketchy, anxiety driven cycle. So it's really been a savior, you know, these couple of shows that you've seen me on, the chat rooms that you find me in is for a reason. It's to keep me from sliding back into that issue that I've been battling for 2020. But, you know, Eagle, I really appreciate you doing this, because it saved me, man. Like, this show, amongst a couple others, have really kept me from falling apart.
Oh man, thank you guys, because you know it helps me. Yeah, it helps me in the very same way, and I'm not afraid to admit that shit, man. That shit helps me out from some shit that I'm going through currently as well, and hanging out with everybody, and it does, man. It's when I talk about the random acts of kindness every night, man. Everybody showing up, hanging out. That's one of them things they do for me, man. It's fucking keeping me in there, man, keeping me straight. So, man, I totally understand. It's a hell of a community that we hang out here, man. I think it's a bunch of misfits. We all got our quirks, but we all enjoy this plant.
Hey, who you call fucking misfit?
Hey, man, chill.
Fuck. Man, I went when I was trying to get off hard drugs and alcohol and shit like that, I started fucking like blasting those gram fucking puffs and shit. And I went fucking, you know, I started taking hyperventilation attacks, everything, man. I went right to the hospital. Next thing you know, like I'm bipolar, I'm schizophrenic, I'm this, I'm that, you know, here's all kinds of pills. No problem. So fuck, I'll take them. You know, might as well see what happens. And honestly, it did stop all the paranoid psychosis, all that shit. You know what I mean? So some things can be fixed with them, some things can't. You know what I mean? So it's like everything else. The only thing is, I wouldn't have gave it a try, but if it wasn't my wife and my mother seeing the pain in their eyes, then I probably wouldn't have. And I would have still been like, you know, a hamster down here in the basement on that fucking wheel. I mean, I still am, but I'm not so manic anymore, which is good. But yeah, left to your own thoughts and idle hands can be quite devastating. So I hear you there for sure, Cascadian. It's good to meet you. And as you can see, I'm on the other side of Canada. So there may be a chance for us to meet someday, which would be cool. I'm out BC all the time.
I just want you guys to know, shit, you're not alone. You just met each other, or at least know that about each other. And I guarantee you there's a bunch of people down there in the chat right now that can relate, whether or not they want to admit it, and say, like, you know, this show's helped them in some way or another.
Well,
and Tim, I'm happy you're doing better, bud, by the way. Sorry, go ahead, Cascadian.
Oh, I didn't mean to talk over you, man, but they're definitely admitting it. You know, I've seen 12, 15, maybe 20 people being like, I'm the same way. Same for me. I'm glad Eagle's on. The whole chat just kind of got flooded with it for a minute. So it was pretty cool to know that, you know, we might all be in this shitty boat, but at least we're all in it together.
Hey, it's 322. Fuck.
222.
This is all I got for Forbes.
It's a better number.
Yeah, let's do a dab because that was pretty. Ooh, I got goosebumps. Fuck. You guys getting all sentimental and lovey-dovey, and Jesus Christ, we're supposed to be men here. Stop this fucking shit.
We're gonna make Eagle turn pink.
That's fucking fun.
I just ground up
too much fun.
I was talking about earlier, the Black Triangle GMO Mac. Smells delicious, but I'll do a dab with you guys. What should I do? Yeti, Forbidden Animals, or Sweeties? Sweeties is a face-off OG cross. It's not as sweet as you think. It's more gassy.
Sweeties.
All right.
I'm going for Sweeties.
So, Jack, do you make your own extracts, or do you pick up from a certain dispo?
My wife works at a delivery service, so we do have access to a bunch of different extracts. I make my own bubble hash, and I also make my own cannabis oil.
Oh, is there got any shout outs for what you're smoking on for the dispo? I'm asking because I haven't picked up in like 18 months. Like I don't really dab. I have flower, and it hits all the spots that I need, like medicinally for myself. But I do like, you know, trying some stuff out here and there.
They have a lot of different stuff. They have good solventless, and they also have good solvent product. The solvent product in the legal market here is purged extremely low, sometimes like undetectable levels of like butane or whatever. But they do have water hash and things like that. But the one I'm about to go in on is Sweeties by Bon Vivant Farms, BonVivantFarms. And Bezel is the extract maker. It's got like a little shiny bee. I'll turn my camera around so you guys can actually get a look at it before we go in on this. Alrighty. Oh, still just my ugly face. Come on, Jack. Fat thumbs. It's not working over here. There we go. Third time's a charm, right? Alright, so there's the little logo. Let's see if we can get that to focus. It's a little bee. Might be a little difficult because it's so reflective. Nobody really cares about the logo though, so I'll open it up for you. Not too bad.
Nice. What when you open that up, what comes to your nose?
It's pure gasoline, maybe very subtle berry, super subtle berry. It's like almost straight up race fuel. Like my car takes premium gas. I'd say it smells like that, or maybe even more high octane.
Wow. You know,
I got
it's
the dab saw grade.
yeah, go for it.
I'm
man.
ready.
Time you guys are ready.
Sorry, we're jibba jabbing.
Oh, it took me a minute to get it together. Phone
Nice
said,
color.
"Oh." Good job. Going in on some Bruce Banner sauce. What you got there, Cascadian?
This is it's a purple pheno of Charlie Pure Kush, which is Topanga Canyon Pure Kush crossed with the Afghani. So this is one of the recessive phenos because it's a purple. It's a really dark, deep purple. Unfortunately, it has hints of Pakistani Shutral Kush to it, which is something that I've made myself sick of. But it's also really gassy. So it probably won't be my first choice to smoke down. But I wanted to check it out for a second. We lost Eagle, did we?
Yeah, we did. He'll be back.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I am the captain now.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
exactly.
Hope you can drive.
Oh, fuck.
So so that's one of your keepers, Cascadian?
This is a pack of seeds I got from a buddy, and he gave them to me to kind of pick out some winter girls and keep a couple males and make the next generation. These are F7s, so they're pretty special. And my dumbass messed it up and lost half of the seedlings because of my injuries, because of the year that I've had. Mm-hmm. And the seedlings that I lost had all the males. So I have 3 seedlings left. They're all girls, and I can't make the F8s to send back to him. So I kind of dropped the ball on that one. But of the 3 girls I got left, I have this purple one and then 2 green ones. And this purple one's pretty special because when you see the Charlie Pure Kush, they don't show the purple ones. They're always showing the green ones. So I just wanted to see what she was all about. And it looks like she's finally kind of cured up. I've been waiting for this stuff to cure too, so I haven't had some good stuff to really puff on because I refuse to go to the dispensary. But she's almost there. But I wanted to see what it looked like.
Well, you can always hit up our mutual friend Raptor. If you need any help with anything.
I'm all right.
But I'm serious, man. Just anything in general. But
yeah, I've heard.
It doesn't have to be, that kind of shit. But yeah, it's just wanted to say it's been really cool talking with you. I'm glad you jumped on. I obviously wasn't around when you were checking out YouTube, but I would just see you in chat and I would just be like, fuck yeah, man, finally a little more a little more of a change in thought process. I enjoy everyone's thought processes, but just little more quoting of actual studies of that you actually read, instead of just like saying, "Oh, I saw that on a headline."
Yeah.
But
Oh, go ahead.
no, go for it.
I
All right.
I just wanted to say that, in the time that I've spent, especially on YouTube, especially in the chat rooms, not even necessarily being on camera and talking, but I've made more friends in the last, people I actually would consider friends. Um, I've made more friends in the last, 2 or 3 months than I've made in the last 10 or 15 years. So, it's really been a blessing to hang out and get to know some of you guys. And it's not something I take lightly. There's things I do for friends I don't do for other people. And that's a label that I don't throw around very easily. So
Yeah,
it
man.
really has been a blessing to get to know a good portion of the people that I see on a regular basis. Because I talk to a bunch of you guys, in the chat and on camera. I talk to you guys regularly, Um,
I
so
talk to you more than my family, all you guys.
yeah, man.
I hate to
Seriously,
say it, like
Yeah,
nothing against my
exactly.
family. I love them, but we don't keep in touch as much as I do with people that are involved in this community, because we're just all in the same shows and same chats, and I don't know.
It's hard not to. It's hard not to. And then we all, there's a person here and there that has a little chip on their shoulder, but it's all transparent to everyone. This plant makes it, for all the haze, it takes away the haze.
Cascadian, I have a term for you. I think I don't know if you ever. I haven't quite finished your episode. I gotta be honest. I fell asleep and I haven't listened to all of it yet. But one of the things you were talking about was like growing your own inputs and doing a lot of the things on your own farm. Closed loop, like regenerative farming. I don't know if you've probably heard that term before, but I don't know if you said it on the show or not. But that was kind of like what I felt like you were describing, and moving towards more of a closed loop cultivation method is something I think we should all strive towards. Even indoor, like if you could do solar, recapturing water, like catching rainwater and things like that. I'm starting to re-amend my soil versus buying soil each run and then using. At least I would use it for like outdoor plants and like veggies and things. But I was just using soil for one run, like the good soil, and then I dump it into my veggie garden.
yeah.
Smiley's garden. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Smiley.
What's going on, guys?
Eagle, you're back too. Shit, good looking. I can't.
Point got
my phone is
Smiley.
full.
Yeah. Couldn't leave him behind.
What's up? I didn't mean my fucking. What's up, guys?
Yeah, I don't know
Jump
if
in,
you
Smiley.
I don't know if you made it to the point where I was talking. Eagle asked me about like companion plants and trap plants and that sort of stuff. I don't know if you
That's
made
right where I was at.
Yeah, I think I mentioned the closed loop part a few times, but I probably left out the regenerative part. But
I mean, it's kind of obvious from just listening to you, but that's
Yeah,
just from
he's all
someone
into
that
it.
studied regenerative agriculture myself, and I'm sure Jack
Right.
has looked into it. So, but for us, it's like, yeah, of course it's regenerative, everything you were mentioning, but to people that, myself included, when I didn't learn that, if I would have tuned in with that same headspace, I would have been like, those are all great ideas. That should help. That should have one term for it. And I find myself not using the term regenerative enough. Or yeah, exactly. And I've also heard the term sustainable as well.
Sustainable is
But
like not good technically,
yeah,
because you could sustain shitty things.
exactly. I was just about to get into that. Like, it was not a good term, and I feel like regenerative. I mean, it's all semantics in the end. It's like, oh yeah, this and that. I mean, we're all looking into the same thing, not relying on another source when we could be relying on ourselves and nature, and working along with nature to do so.
I wanted to throw something out there that I just think is interesting, because I wanted to ask, I think it was Dragon's Flames Genetics the other night. He was like really big into the KNF. He's in Hawaii now. And when I started growing outdoor and greenhouse in California, my mentor out here, my buddy actually, was super into KNF. But after our first season, we moved from KNF over to the Jodam, which is basically just like a lot less sugar. A lot of it's more like water-based ferment. But it's Master Cho's son wrote the book Jodam, like low cost gardening, and they're both organic and encourage like local foraging. But that was one question I'd love to talk with Dragon's Flames Genetics about, if he's ever looked into Jodam and how that would work in Hawaii. Because I know Chris Trump is in Hawaii and also does KNF too. But somebody, I think it was, it was a breeder. He bred Ripcord. Eagle, do you know who I'm talking about? He just came on a few nights ago. He was talking just basically about how
a few nights ago
there was Dragon's Flame, but then there was another breeder that was on
the herbalist.
Organarchist. Yes.
Yeah,
He brought up the point about how using sugar, so much sugar, especially in like some of those KNF things, can kind of be like they're growing that sugar, and then there's implications of like where that sugar is sourced and how it's sourced. So he brought up some good points. And that was why my mentor, who liked KNF, moved over to Jodam, was a lot less sugar, and just it made more sense here where we were in California. But I was curious if it was different in Hawaii for some reason. I'm sure it is.
Cascadian. Jack's on the phone. He might not have been able to see you holding up the books there.
Oh.
He was holding up the Jodam books.
Yeah.
And herb books there when you were talking about it.
The little orange book.
Yeah,
I have it on just spotlight view now, because when there's more than 4 people, I have to like swipe to the right to like see you and Smiley on the second screen, and then it's the 4 of us on the first screen if I have it on Brady Bunch view.
Do you have the book, Jack?
That's why
I do a digital.
Okay.
I don't have the physical copy.
Yeah, no worries. I was just about to offer, like, if you didn't.
No, it's a good book for sure. I think it's one of the many great methods that you can use. I think that there's tons of great ways. I like the way Smiley's doing it with earth boxes. I like the way like Build a Soil, he's using his earth boxes and using re-amended soils. Jeremy over at Build a Soil has got a really awesome Instagram. He's been doing some cool side-by-sides. I'm ready for Eagle to start using the earth box. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, he's gonna.
here.
That's gonna be interesting. Yeah, nice, man.
I don't really see the sorry.
We're even gonna do on air setup. Not only here, he's gonna walk me right through fucking snapping the fucking lid on them bitches. No excuses, no mistakes.
So fucking.
Walk me right through it.
I don't think that the KNF Jodam thing, I don't think you necessarily have to pick one or the other. I think they can really complement each other. And I think a lot of the people that use KNF, or maybe even the Jodam stuff, I think they're a little heavy-handed with it. Not necessarily in like the amount that they apply at a time. You know, I think they can do the ratios right, but the frequency, I think, is what they rely on too much. They're trying to push it too hard, in my opinion. And
it's like almost like hydroponics with chelated fermented plant nutrient.
That was my takeaway from a lot of what Chris Trump says about it too, is like, you know, the whole idea of like regenerative or building the soil, right? So that's kind of the way he related it too, is like a lot of times guys are switching from hydro and they're like thinking it's kind of that same way where, oh, I can root drench this, oh, I can foliar this thing every night and all these things. But he's like, no, it has a purpose, and it's all about building the biological colonies, and it's like supporting the plant nutritionally so that it can build the colonies it needs. You know, like if it's not photosynthesizing correctly, you gotta support the plant. You know what I mean? Until it can start doing its own photosynthesis properly and doing what it needs to do. So there's purposes for the stuff, but I don't even think he does his farm now that often. I mean, I don't think he ever did even the first year. It was like once, twice a season, they'd do some stuff, and that was it.
Smiley, turn your mic up. Go in there and turn off the auto adjust and turn it up. It's clear as fuck, but it's down low. You know what I mean? It's got to turn down a little bit.
Huh.
But it's perfect as far as quality.
Does your
You
mic
just,
have a
like,
physical
down.
gain, like a GAIN? My mic has like a thing that says a gain dial, and if you turn it down, it makes it quiet. If you turn it up, it picks up a lot better. But then you have to kind of like get close to the mic.
If it says audio adjust, uncheck that box.
Yeah, that's
But
unchecked.
there you go.
It
Now
sounded
you're a
better
lot
now.
louder.
I just
Way better
turned the
now.
volume
Better.
up.
There you go.
Sorry. Yeah, it's weird. I mumble too, so that's probably not the best thing.
Oh no, it sounds great now.
You don't mumble at all. It's literally just the auto adjust
Setting.
of the. Yeah, exactly.
I think that's a lot of like just the whole general idea of kind of even like the organic takeover is just trying to break down like the basics of sustaining that biology. You know, like that we always talk about all these microbial inputs and we have this, you know, this microbial colony in the soil, and it's been my experience that it's not so easy to build a great nutrient cycling microbial colony in the soil. It takes a lot of thought, it takes a lot of planning, takes steps, and it's not just a matter of like I know so many people are like, oh, my organics is so fucking easy, you know, all I got to do is I don't even pH, I don't even do nothing. But to me, that's stupid, right? Like, okay, you can do it that way, but if your pH is way the fuck off, it's going to take you a long time to know. So why wouldn't you check it, right? Like, I don't know, just to say you didn't have to, I don't know. I mean, some of that stuff just doesn't make sense where like, it's not as easy as it looks. It's not, it takes a lot of fine tuning in your steps and your procedures to make things go the way that they need to go to get the result you need. You know what I mean? So like, that's why I don't push people to organics. Like if you're killing it in DWC, fucking awesome, man. What do you want to switch for? You know what I mean? Like I got a buddy that's in DWC right now. He's crushing it. And then it's like, he's like, oh, but the organics interest me. I'm like, okay, if it interests you, but I mean, you're killing it. Why would you want to change what you're doing? Look how many years it took you to dial that process in. Now you're gonna
What I like to tell those people is like, put up a little tent, and do it there, but still kill it and get what you need done.
Yeah, it is totally different. Like home scale or whatever is totally different, man. Too, you know. So I don't know. I mean, if you're rocking out a canopy and you're, you know what I mean, yields your king and you're crushing it, I wouldn't suggest fucking changing that shit real easy at all. You know what I mean?
So DK in chat would like to know, could I ask the panel what herbs they use in making their Jadam herbal solution as a pesticide for cannabis? Anybody? Cascadian? You had a book.
I mean, I briefly understand some of the differences, but yeah, I don't do it enough.
You could use cannabis leaf if you really wanted to. It just depends on what you're mixing with, what pH you get it to, how you're applying it, when you're applying it. All those things matter, but there's also like depending on where you're at with some of the collections that take place, your IMO will be different than somebody else's IMO.
Which one were they asking about?
Jadam, something, the spray.
As a pesticide.
Isn't there a sulfur solution?
I'm not as well versed with the Jadam as I am with the natural farming yet. Which is to say, I'm not very well versed with either one of them. It's something I'm still trying to wrap my head around.
I thought Jadam was doing, don't they do that where it's like more like a steeping of all the stuff? So you wildcraft and then you just throw it in a big, I've seen guys where they do that. They just throw it in a big, they pack a 55-gallon drum as full as they can with the material, and they fill it with water, and then they like sit it out in the sun. And fucking go. They
One
do
of the
it
important,
in some days or something, and it kills it.
when you collect, you want to go in the morning or when the dew is on it, because there's more microbial content in the dew and on the plants when you're collecting in the morning time like that than if you went like at high noon when the plants have been cooking in the sun all day. So it makes a per however much amount you're putting into that solution, it's more potent.
Yeah. And I would suggest to anybody that wants to try that shit, go listen to the videos. I mean, Chris Trump, I mean, I don't think there isn't anything he doesn't cover in one of the videos. So, I mean, legitimately, most of the people I know that are doing KNF have watched all them fucking videos, and they took notes through all the damn every step, and then you tweak it from there, you know?
Yeah, that's something I've gone through it at least 2 or 3 times, and I really recommend that everyone that's interested in it take notes. Just like Smiley said, you need to. You need
Here's
to.
the thing though, once you do it one time, you might have enough for your entire like 2 or 3 years, because the stuff stays good, I believe, forever. And it's like a 1 to 1,000 dilution rate with some of this stuff. So it's some of the most potent. You barely have to use any of it.
My labs lasted me a year, and that was a small batch for me. But I've been wanting to get into all this stuff because I'm not going to be putting it on cannabis. I'm going to be using it as a backyard input, and that's just going to cut a lot of costs for me, and it's going to help. It'll hopefully help me out along the way.
It's a healthier option.
Yeah. I just need to get into the IMO collections.
No, I was gonna ask about OHN actually, because Cascade probably all about this one. But I remember Chris saying that the OHN improves over time. Why would that improve over time? I mean, if you captured the whatever in the alcohol, what would you, or is it the alcohol's evaporating away and it's more condensed or something?
You know, I don't really know. I don't understand how that's possible.
I think it's like a fine wine or a cheese. You know, when you age certain things, they actually get better, whether it's for our palate or because you're getting more of a collection of a certain microbe that is more dominant, that's going to be sustaining in your environment. Because if it hangs around, it's more likely to be able to live at that temperature, that humidity, that barometric pressure, and all those other things.
Sound like you when I listened to it, like it was just becoming more concentrated. You just had to cut it more and more as it got older, is the way I interpreted it.
So that sounds like evaporation of the alcohol.
Okay.
But the microbial side of it, with it over time, I would think that, this is just me thinking here, this isn't anything I've read or anything, so don't take it with a bucket of salt. I would think you're gonna end up selecting for a smaller amount of microbial life as time goes on. I would think some of those are gonna drop out or die off or lose efficacy, which in a soil system, when microbes die, their bodies then turn into something available. Maybe that has something to do with it, that because even if they die, they didn't leave the system. Their remains are there. And if you couple that with a possible alcohol evaporation, maybe that's what he's getting at. But other than that sort of a concept, I don't really see how that's logical. Not that I'm not trying to say he's lying. I'm just saying I don't understand.
Right. No, I get you.
But that's the only way I can kind of make sense of it is the twofer, the alcohol evaporation, and then some of these microbes perishing in the solution and that having some sort of a
I don't know what you're talking about with the microbes because, like, so Jack, so like the wine or whatever, you have a yeast that can live and produces that alcohol, still like kind of doing whatever in the alcohol, but like in this case, you're taking a grain alcohol, I believe it was, or a high proof alcohol, and you're making these separate tinctures, and then you mix it into one. So that's why I'm like, when you guys say microbials, I'm just kind of thinking in my head, like, what would it be in that alcohol that's other than maybe the yeast or something?
Yeah, I don't know. It goes through some sort of process, and I think it makes maybe like amino acids or God, like one of the A's is Russ Brandon is more versed on this kind of shit. If you watch his episode, either the Future Cannabis Project he just did about biological crop steering, or his fucking talking shit with Eagle, he's described some of the reactions and relationships that go on in the soil. It's a little, like I said, beyond my pay grade. I just know that it's one of the ways that I like to cultivate the plants, and I think that you can definitely make it work for you, but there's also simpler ways of going about doing some of the things. So it all just really depends on your own system, like how you're going about it. I'll just beat the worm casting drum all day. And
Yeah, it's hard to I'll beat that same drum, and people, I won't name names, but they name a product here, name a product there. I'm like 4 of the products you just named, I can do with the worm castings. And I didn't have, I just had to go to one place if I even do that. Like I'm making my own castings right now, and I actually want to get a couple of do it the way Coop was mentioning, the 25-gallon fabric pots, and then just throw something on top, just so they don't squirrel around too much. But he said there was not a big deal. Yeah, Jack?
I just got some Coot friendly. I'm about to jump out here in a second, but I was gonna say Coot talks shit on like a ton of worm casting companies and producers. So on his knowledge droppings, Future Cannabis, where him and Aaron the grower talked for like 5 hours, he mentioned Sonoma Valley Worm Farm, which is a California worm company. They sell both worms and castings and vermicompost. So I checked them out, and they actually sell it to like home growers at like smaller scale, so you can buy like small bags of it. And my place that I actually normally get it from, it's like a local place. It's like a center for environmental innovation, and they have their own worm castings that use like organic restaurants, like fruit pulp and juice pulp and all this other stuff. And I really like the castings that they produce, but since they closed down for COVID, I was like, I wanted to get another California-based casting that was quality. And since Coot recommended that one, I tried it, and I just top dressed with it. So we'll see how it goes. I'm also going to add Brandon Rust. Shout out to him again. I just got some of his Bokashi and Microbe N Plus.
Is
And
that
some of his other
what's
stuff.
Brandon's is it SD microbes?
No,
He's Bokashi Earthworks.
Oh, Bokashi Earthworks. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's all good.
So we're talking OHN, right? I'm just trying to make sure I'm looking at the right documentation here.
Yeah, OHN and the microbes in it was the question.
Right. So when you're working with dry ingredients, you add the dry ingredients to a beer, essentially. And that is going to be low enough alcohol that you are culturing alcohol tolerant microbes. Genetic Memory Farms was actually pointing some of this out in chat as well. But you're going to culture alcohol tolerant microbes. They're still going to thrive in that sort of a situation. So anything living in the air or on the plant matter that you're using that is alcohol tolerant is going to proliferate in that situation. Gotcha. And then after, what does it say here, 3 to 5 days, you then add 40% alcohol, which is going to halt any sort of microbial. Once you get above like 25, 30%, you can start to halt microbial activity. But the activity that took place, you are either going to cause those microbes to go dormant if there's some sort of like a yeast or a fungi, or you're going to kill them in the case of a lot of bacterias, because they just can't sustain that. The alcohol, if I remember right, the alcohol actually will remove the water from their cellular structure, dehydrate them essentially.
Yeah.
Is it like an
Mhm.
osmosis?
Yeah, sort of.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's trying to think of the term now. There's a fucking
Oh,
word.
yeah.
Oxidization, right?
No,
Isn't it?
dude, I used to sell these chemical things for cars, right? And one of them was like to remove water out of the fucking tank. And across all the nation, it's like at least an E10. So everybody has 10% alpha ethanol, and some states are really shitty and they have 15% ethanol. And that 15%, that 5% difference fucks people over, man, left and right. But anyway, I can't think of the term, dude. There's a term where the alcohol binds to the water. It mixes with the water. Shit. The alcohol holds more water, and it's like accumulates it. And there's a fucking term. My bad. So
I mean, we're just talking about things that I'm still trying to find time to study, so I don't have this stuff down pat yet, but I understand the herbal side of it. So looking at the documentation, I can pull some things out of it, but OHN in itself is a particular formula: garlic, ginger, licorice, cinnamon, and angelica.
Angelica is the one that I've heard guys complain about too, where it was either that or a licorice. I forget, but they were saying like, oh, using that as a foliar and it made it taste like shit and stuff. But I don't know. Some of them discussions, I just kind of like whatever. I use the OHN. That's actually one of the KNF mixes that I buy from Country Roots, and just because he makes it in big enough batches, you know what I mean, and he sells it at a great price. So I figure that's one I'm not going to try to. I don't know.
You're in contact with
It's like
country.
more involved process. That's all. That one was more involved.
It's a Michigan company too, so I mean,
Yeah.
boom. It's not like it's shipping it from California.
Right.
Hats off to you, man. Hey, I think it's okay to have some bottles. That shit's great. If you like it, it works well in your garden, man. Your garden's looking killer lately. I just gotta
I
say
use
hats off
bottles,
to you.
dude. I'm not the guy that's saying I don't use. I use full power. Fucking, that's one of my foliars. Fucking, I had some nectar for the gods left over. I use Persephone's palette if I'm gonna add a sugar source. I like that as a sugar source over molasses. It's a saponin. It's calcium, sulfur. It's a great little product, man. Like, so I'm not
Calcium
against.
sulfur, isn't that gypsum?
I just advocate that people understand what they're adding. You know what I mean? Don't just take
And
what their
saponins. You can
promotion
get that from
telling you, you know.
saponins. You can get from soap nuts for super fucking cheap.
Yep.
And gypsum is also super cheap, and that's I think what you were just talking about, sulfur and calcium, or did you say potassium? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a calcium sulfate, and it's a sugar source. So,
there's a lot of options, and a lot of them are.
It's a byproduct from like wood milling. So it's like that, like when they cut through big logs and shit, the goo off the blade and all the runoff there. It's that, and then I don't know, nectar stabilizes it, but I don't use it all the time. Like I say, I mean, it's just one of them things. Like, I'm not against bottles at all. You know, like I'm all about trying to make everything work together. So if I see something going on, I'm gonna try to do my best to figure out how to correct it. You know?
Gotta have those tools in the tool belt. My speaking of tools in the tool belt, that RSO CBN that I've been mixing up is hitting me, I think, a little bit, and I'm dragging. I got a early morning tomorrow, so peace and love, everybody. Smiley, Eagle, Raptor, Casadian. Holy shit, there's so many of us. Tim, you're still here with us. Good to see all you guys tonight. Thank you all for joining. I love these rabbit holes and hanging out with all you guys, smoking down and talking about a little bit of everything. So thanks for having me. Peace and love, y'all.
Thank you, Jack, for
All right, bro.
popping in, man. Always a pleasure, brother.
Yeah, and I can say from my own personal experience, because I know everybody goes to worm castings, but just fucking trust how good they are. If they're locally done vermicompost and you got fresh shit, like what Coot talks about. Like I actually did my own and I applied it. The first time I applied it, it's like fucking unreal how well it works. And it's different than buying it in a bag from the grocery store.
Yeah.
And I would just reiterate what he's always saying about that. I listened
So
to
how did you do it, Smiley? What's your method
for
for yeah? How do you
um
uh?
I've kind of fucked
But
around with a few different I guess food sources, but I got one of those Worm Factory 360s, so it's the 4 stack
hmm,
of bins, and then a little drain off the bottom or whatever. It's designed for them. You know, they were like $70 or something. So I just grabbed that, and then I have a bokashi bin, so like a lot of our food scraps go in the bokashi bin. I drain that off. I don't use the water off the bokashi in the worm bin or nothing like that. But yeah, and then after that's kind of full and fat, I feed the worms that. I also have a friend of mine has a rabbit, so I've been getting their rabbit manure and shit when they do clean them out or whatever. So
nice. That's
throwing
good
that
stuff,
in the
man.
worms. I got another friend that has 2 alpaca. So I've gotten their alpaca shit from them, and I've kind of run that in there.
I like all the vegetarian or um the plant eating
Yeah, it's cold.
fertilizer, based
What I
fertilizer.
was really looking for. Like, I have gotten sheep manure. I've gotten goat manure before. I've gotten teased for being a poop collector, but whatever, man. It works. So
There's this guy who makes he makes substrates for mushroom cultivation, and his name is like Poo God. That's the running joke that he just goes around with everyone, and he goes around in Texas where there's all these exotic animals. So he's picking up like ostrich and like just some crazy stuff, man.
see, I
Like
want to get some.
giraffes.
I'm all about
Crazy.
to get the elephant shit, man. I've heard that's the best right there. The elephant.
Yeah. Oh, there's actually this program that well, check with your zoo, but it's called Zoodoo.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah.
I was thinking
Uh,
of trying, but I don't know. Whatever.
Well, I mean, if you
No,
want to
man.
get
Who the
into
hell's calling?
exotics, if you want to go into exotics,
Yeah.
Who's calling you a poop collector? That's what I want to know. That cracked me up when I heard it. Been
Dude, I
accused
got a
of being
ton
a
of
poop collector.
I got there's one that not a lot of guys talk about actually. I'll kind of throw it out there because this one people have probably seen the same video. It was on the Boogie Brew stuff, but they millie poo, and not a lot of guys talk about that. But it's out of Florida. It's I don't know, it's harvested millipede poop, but the millipede is a lot different, and it's like super highly fungal. And I don't know, that'd be the difference, I guess, is that worm castings or vermicompost is typically going to be bacterial dominated.
Hmm,
But the millipedes are eating high lignin, so they're chewing on the wood that's
yeah,
decomposed.
exactly.
So, yeah, so a lot of their shit is like, yeah, super high fungal. It's got super high mineral content. So
No,
yeah, the dude did the fungal array on it, so he knows what's in it. If you want to look up like the CFU numbers and shit like that, like he's got that stuff done. So
I honestly think that as cannabis growers, I think we stress too much about trying to create a fungally dominant system for a bacterially associated plant. It's one of those silly things to me, but um, it's just my own personal opinion.
no, I'm not again. I'm not necessarily. So I guess
Yeah,
I'm in the camp of like I think a lot of guys talk that they're gonna get fungally dominated, and I think they see buzz or a mushroom and then they just assume they're fungally dominated. But I think it's actually a lot harder to actually get there than what a lot of people think. And I think in that case too, to do it properly, I think you have to design your media to be able to support a more fungally dominated life or microbial life. But I don't know. I keep going back to that structure, man, because I think it's the fucking basis of everything. Like we can't live on Mars, dude. If that environment and the soil and the structure there isn't right for the biology we want, it's like throwing them on fucking Mars, in my opinion. You know.
Yeah, I don't. I see, you know, fungal dominance being a larger player in systems that are
So
supposed to be fungally dominated, like
Of course.
like you know, an orchard. Um, I don't see cannabis being a relative of, you know, it's more grass related than related to an apple tree.
So, do you know where some of those thoughts came from about the fungal dominance?
I don't. I don't know where they originated from.
That was work that Dr. Elaine Ingham was doing, and it came out in the regenerative conference that like she was one of the speakers there and some of the other people were, but basically they found, I'm pretty sure it was like wider cannabinoid expressions, and like there was different things that popped up, terpene profiles and whatever, and she actually had specific, because they do that quantifying like those counts, like that's her process, is like identifying what's in the soil. And there's real specific like fungal to bacterial ratios that can actually boost and produce, you know, a wider expression out of the plant. So
Do you know if that was fungi in general or if that was mycorrhizal fungi?
no, it was and she's looking at the succession of soil or systems like that, to where you're going from like a grass valley to like a you know, deep wood for old growth forest or whatever. That's kind of along that succession line. There's one that's like 20-1 fungal dominance, and that's like where like shrubs do the best and shit like that. So I don't know if you
So
can picture that screen that she's had, like
just to back up a little bit there, guys, DK in chat wants to know, what is fungal dominance? Is it by weight, by count, or by number of species?
It's a relationship between the that's micrograms. So those are weights listed right there.
I was just gonna say it's a weight. I'm pretty sure.
So yeah, it's a relationship between the weight then of the bacteria relative to the weight of the fungi in the soil. And from that you generate a ratio, which is what Smiley was talking, you know, the 20-1, 10-1, 1-10. There's a progression from a prairie to a old growth forest. I don't see how. So what it leads me to think then is that it's kind of like the Amazon theory, where they keep chopping down the forest to move in their cattle. Like I don't see how you can sustain that high level of fungi in a system. Like your best grow is the first grow, is what I'm kind of getting at. If you're using like virgin land,
Yeah, that's like law of stuff.
Well, doesn't this plant, like it's in the name, it grows like a weed. It's meant to be one of the first things to come in on a or am I getting that wrong? Is it more along the second tier that we see here?
Well, that's kind of the line of discussion. Is it more in the weeds, which would be in that second one, or is it more like in the shrub type family, which would be that third one in? And that's more where you're 1-to-1 on your fungal dominance. Now the 500 to 800 on that next row up is kind of the other range that starts to flip. But the interesting line of thought that I heard from one discussion was there's one guy said that you should focus on building your bacterial colonies because that's what leads into fungal dominance. Like you won't just have all fungi and no bacteria. You know what I mean? Like you're still going to be growing that bacterial colony, and once the way he described it is once the bacterial colony got to a certain level is when the fungi really started to kind of go, oh, okay, now we can start doing our thing. It was kind of
What's that? Does anybody know what that unit of measurement is on that picture? Raptor showing the UG at the bottom.
It's a
Micrograms?
Bacteria.
Yeah.
Is that what that is? Okay, so I have notes around here somewhere. There's a scientist that does that. Lists all the bacteria. You can just send your soil in. They'll send it back to you with the top 500 dominant species in your soil. Now, in my head, I'm not going to try and do the same things as say Smiley because I live up here in Canada where it's fucking cold and Smiley's down here where it's not. Say you're way over there where it's warm. My 500 is definitely going to be different than your 500. And I mean, I think it's funny when you see all these people trying to fight against it. Man, I find bugs on the floor of the garage, throw them in the fucking pot. How else am I going to dominate my soil with my living conditions in my area if I keep it, you know what I mean? I'm constantly fighting. So I actually got a centipede the other day. Like yesterday, I found one crawling. I seen a couple things on him, and I threw him in there. And I threw this big black beetle, and that thing was like a bulldozer with jaws, man, just eating shit through the soil, like picking stuff up, going right through there like a bulldozer. I was like, I'm finding more of them. I'm putting them in. Fuck. And honestly, like I don't know how that. I got a little yellow mushroom that's growing in there. I looked it up. It's just a common houseplant mushroom, but I didn't get that in here. It's common, so here it is. Fucking doing great, and the plants love it, but it's poison, so I take it out because of the cats, right?
no, man.
But I just wanted to chime in. It's hard with the soil, right? I mean, I'm buying my earthworm castings, and they're from Toronto. I mean, Toronto's far enough away with shitty enough fucking pollution and soil. I mean, I'm not from great down here in New Brunswick, but it's far enough away that it can fuck shit up. You know what I mean? That's the way I look at it. But
well, I've kind of made sense of it in my head here. I see why I was having a hard time. I think in my ramblings last night, I talked about a little bit about my theory on the origins of cannabis and how cannabis began to follow people. And maybe I didn't. Maybe it was another talk. Maybe it was the EO show or another talk I've done, maybe on Fumi's show, but I thought it was last night. And how cannabis used to grow in basically our trash heaps, because we would find the plant, use the plant, dispose of what we didn't use, and it would go basically into our compost pile that we were making for the time that we were staying, back in nomadic times, like way back. And this plant, we would notice as we came back to places, because we had as tribes moved around, we had these favorite places, these seasonal places we would gather in. That we would notice this plant that we were making use of either the year before or whatever would be growing where we disposed of it the next year. And those places were, so where a lot of our food comes from is in between that. If you're looking at the left side of that chart, it's in between that third one and that fourth one. So the 1-to-1 and the 1 to 1.5, the 500 to 800. It's along those forest edges. That's where you find fruit trees. That's where you find berry brambles. That's where you would find More towards the left, towards the 1-to-1 is where you would find some early vegetable sort of crops. But that's where we would gather. And that's where we would find this plant, and that's where we would make our compost piles, and that's how we lived. We would kind of, the same way that ocean voyages used to follow the glaciers across the ocean to navigate across the ocean, we would follow the forest edges to be able to go deep into the woods, but also to hunt on the plains, sort of thing. And it makes sense from that concept that the plant would evolve in sort of this 1-to-1 or a little more fungally dominated system than out in the plains, you know, in the first one or the second one on the far left side. Simply because that's where we would continue to cultivate it, because that's where we would continue to stay every year, is along those edges. We'd have some shade, some reprieve from the sun. We'd have a greater diversity of food. We'd have the ability to play in the forest and on the plains. So from a historical perspective, it makes sense. But why I was having such an issue with it, I guess, is in the modern time, a lot of cannabis growers grow cannabis as a monocrop, and monocrops tend to make me sick, I'll be honest. But which is why I was having a hard time seeing how we're going to do this, how we're going to make it possible to keep this soil fungally dominant. But as I was talking to Eagle last night, I know I mentioned the idea of having a more diverse ecosystem that you're growing this crop in. And that includes trees, that includes bushes and perennials and annuals, that includes a larger variety of plants to kind of close the loop and bring the system into a holistic balance. And in that sort of a system where it's not just 7 acres of cannabis, but it's a small cannabis plot inside of or next to an orchard that's surrounded maybe by a herb farm that runs chickens through it, that, you know, if you have a more diverse farm, I can see that having a greater possibility of being closer to that 500 to 800 balance without having to put so much effort into making IMO collections and trying to repeat the fungal levels, because the fungi takes years, the bacteria takes months, weeks, days in some cases when the temperature and humidity are right.
They can live a whole life cycle of generations in 7 minutes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But to populate the system, it takes, you know, days or weeks to really like magnify to instead of just a single being.
Yeah.
But
That's a good distinction that you both bring up, because I think that's often misconstrued. So that it's a nice clarification that you're trying to we're measuring the full population and not necessarily like one Krebs cycle, like one full life. Yeah, the 15 minutes, the 7 minutes, whatever the species, or we'll say a bacteria, whatever bacteria you're dealing with. But yeah, sorry, I just thought that was an awesome thing. I don't hear that often. I just really like that everyone brought that up.
Well, that's
yeah,
my point with like the soil structure too. I mean, any inoculation, so say, I don't know, Mammoth Tea, or I'm not trying to name a specific company. There's PhotoPlus, there's all different ones, but bugs in a jug in general, we pour them in our soil and we don't really fucking know, right? Like, I don't, you know what I mean? That's all I'm getting at, is like, if it could happen for 7 fucking minutes and then that's dead and gone, whatever you put in there. You know, that's
so
it.
I think the bush I was beating around is, I feel like as long as we're growing cannabis as a monocrop and we're not actually including perennials and things that are going to live long enough to sustain the fungi, because once you cut down the cannabis crop in the fall and then who knows what you plant or if you plant anything to get you to spring, as long as we're living in that sort of a system, I really think it's futile to try to create a fungally dominant soil, because you're not sustaining the fungi through the winter. No matter what you do, it's not going to be enough, because that's not how fungi evolved. And I think it's futile as long as we continue to cultivate cannabis in a monocrop system. We need to diversify to really get the soil system. So I guess I was believing in it without realizing I was believing in it by describing how, my ideal farm setting. So it makes sense to me now. Thanks for helping me realize the errors in my own ways and clearing my own head. But I don't see how we can grow an acre of cannabis and maintain a fungally dominant soil in that acre if there's nothing else.
No, I would agree, man. Like, that's one of these things. So I've been diving in that redox topic and down that hole. And it's a lot of fucked up math and a lot of that biochemistry shit. But to just kind of simplify it, like, it's all an exchange of electrons. Like, all of it is like how they build cells, how they do DNA. Every biological function is an exchange of electrons. And those electrons originate from photosynthesis. And even so, down in the soil, what powers nutrient cycling fastest is photosynthesis. So, like, whether you want to call it a polyculture or cover crop, companion planting, whatever, it has to be a benefit, because it's putting extra energy down into the soil, and it's stimulating that life. It's helping with the nutrient cycling. It's doing all the work for you. Like, I personally took out cover crops because of some of the pest issues, and I didn't like the thrips. And I had, in my area, there's these black fucking aphids that I know now that they only eat the red clover. They never go on my cannabis plants. I know that now, but I didn't then. And when you walk in and you see a whole fucking thing just littered with those at the base of your plant, you freak the fuck out and you rip all of them out of your plant. So that's kind of where I was at. But now I'm making the case for myself to bring cover crops back in, because I see a greater purpose to it, I guess,
Yeah, I think to really maintain a fungal system with minimal effort, which is smart farming, where I come from, is maximize your quality with minimizing your energy. We really need to incorporate. Now, it's near impossible to do in an indoor setting, but for the outdoor growers, for the people that are doing this, as a business, I think it's paramount that they start to incorporate fruit trees, if nothing less, some sort of a perennial, persistent root system that's never removed, never disturbed, and can act as a sort of a home base, a small home base, so that if they have them spread out, they have these home bases for fungi to get established. And they're going to have to disturb the soil to put their cannabis plants in, but they're going to disturb small portions of the soil, which is going to allow those home bases to eventually flourish out and create that sort of where the prairie meets the old, the forest. They need to live in that sort of interim habitat, and they need to kind of create that interim habitat to get the soil to really flourish in that sort of fungally dominant system without spending all their effort making IMO and trying to remedy their own problems every year. It's like, anyway, I don't want to climb on the soapbox, but I really think that's the secret to doing this, actual farming intelligently.
Well, if everything's established, then it handles itself. Every year going on after is a little easier than the last. And yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. And I'm in the first year, and man, it does not feel good. It does not feel good when you're still making plans up and you're looking at all the, you know, dust. And like I have hard clay over here. So all the moisture's gone. It's summer. It's I know that I could just dunk water on there, like let the hose go on, and then I could dig whatever I need to. But I just want to wait till next spring and then do all of my planning, in between then. And yeah, I just want to start off small. I don't want to put too much on my plate at once, and just start in steps. So I'm very excited to see when you get your property. It's really cool. I don't have a property. I'm managing it for family. And they're like, yeah, go for it.
What are you
We're
gonna
not paying a gardener.
Raptor, what are you gonna do to the clay soil to improve for a garden?
I'm gonna be implementing lots of daikon initially, and just trying to spread it out. And this is actually lands. This is suburban land. So basically, it. There's no original topsoil. All of that was taken off. So I'm basically starting off with rocks, like right underneath, and also I have a slope right next to that covers like three neighbors worth of like their properties. So I'm holding all that stuff up. So that's why I've been holding off on the, like, I wanted to learn all of the steps appropriately, because I don't want to have three neighbors be even, closer to me.
Right.
I'm going to be responsible for all that. So uh, shout out to Clackamas Coot. He gave me the a website where I can buy neem trees, and I bought two that are seedlings, and I'm just gonna do cuttings of those. I'm gonna make those like mothers. And I was reading that under optimal conditions, I'm not saying I'm gonna have the optimal conditions, but they grow from 3 to 8 feet. So once everything's established, that's gonna make great mulch. And I also have a moringa seedling, and I have seeds of both of those things. Oh, and I also have a ice cream bean plant. So that's a tropical plant but those are all leguminous trees. So I'm gonna be building up this uh, the nitrogen, and I'm gonna be bringing in. Uh, this is another reason why I've been getting into mycology, because I want to take the waste stream, whatever cardboard, whatever, and break that down and just try to get, not I'm not aiming for a fungally dominated system, just like we were saying. I'm trying to just break down the material and uh, get as much organic material on there, and breaking down and forming that relationship that we've all been saying, we're all talking about, just as much of a balanced system as I can make. And yeah, just maybe, I guess the best term is food forest. But in order to have that, I need to have these supporting species and these supporting ecological niches. So yeah, I need the shade from all of those things, because I have full sun. I have that slope I was mentioning is a south facing slope. And I'm also going to be incorporating lots of trellises and vining species. So lots of squashes, lots of cucumbers, pumpkins. Well, that's just squash. Since I live in a subtropical area, I can grow tropical plants, but I just need the shading first. So I'm going to be doing passion fruit, I have this, I got 2 vanilla bean orchids. So all of these things I'm going to be propagating and expanding slowly and surely, slowly but surely. So yeah, that's basically what I have planned. I'm not planning on growing any of my medicine out there besides like the herbs and all that stuff. But I literally mean like my cannabis. There's too many kids around, and it's just more of a hassle than it's worth. I When I get my own property, maybe I wouldn't want to get a property that's wouldn't allow something for that. It's allowed where I'm at. You just have to be it. I would need to make a greenhouse just for that. And if I'm gonna have a greenhouse, that's gonna be for like all my propagation and just expanding. So I'm also, like I mentioned, I'm into tropical plants. So I'm, I'm gonna be growing jaboticabas, uh, that ice cream bean. I'm looking into expand. It seems like a lot of people are interested in that just because it covers so much. You can break it down as mulch because it grows so fast. It's edible. Yeah, I hear good things from it. And then the mulch is filled with nitrogen, and I'm sure, and I'm just going to be using all that stuff, and like I said, breaking it down as fast as possible. Uh, yeah,
Just
my goal is to, with the vining, with the vines, I'm basically going to make a almost like an air conditioning tunnel where wind can come in, and it's going to circle back to the house sliding doors, so that can just bring it all around. And as far as shading the house, I'm going to be using those some of those vining species as well to create a like a living shade, or yeah, like a living curtain almost. So in the summertime, it'll be nice and green, and it'll be growing lush. But in the there's not really there's not really a fall here. It happens for like a couple weeks, and then winter happens. But once that die off comes, I won't need it. I won't need that shade. So that's perfect. I'll be able to let the sun come in and bring us the warmth.
What I was
So
getting at, dude, is yeah, bringing in organic matter, throwing out some calcium. I don't know. I don't know. That was long-winded, but yeah, that's all I
yeah.
was trying to get at is how you're gonna treat the clay soil to start these trees and to start the other stuff. Like, like, are you gonna get like
Oh, those.
when you do something? I don't know, but anyway.
Oh yeah. I was just saying. With I started with a daikon. That's the whole thing. Is I'm just gonna let them grow, and let them die back. I'm not. Well, I might collect a couple. You know, they're a delicacy. Uh, but basically, I'm just leaving it there so that it can help break everything up. And then I already have worms on the property. I'm not going to try to move them there, but as I have these guava trees that are already established there, and I just let the leaves fall down and let them do their thing. And I've moved them before, and I see plenty of worms around. So that's what I'm gonna be relying on basically for to help mix the organic matter with the clay.
What organic matter?
I'm gonna bring so initially it's gonna be uh, those daikons, and then yeah, I'm gonna bring it. Like I mentioned before, I'm getting into mycology, so there's gonna be a lot of substrate left over, like a lot of that left over. So put that on top, and yeah, that's just gonna be where I start off. And as just like that picture was showing, I'm gonna be growing
In
each one of
soil,
those
there be
levels.
millions and trillions of fallen soldiers and bacteria down on their swords. Fuck. Vegetation, everything, man. Fuck. I'm pretty sure it's got a lot of stuff in there that you don't need to haul shit in, man. Just work with what you got. I know clay can be really fucking healthy if you break it down properly.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
for
you
sure.
can use a broad fork. That's
Best bet
a
is
technique.
instead of doing this, you get a shovel and you get right out there and get in there.
Yeah.
Get it.
Walking right in there. Fuck. Yes, sir. I got what just these few plants here. I got like I think it's like over 2,000 liters of soil. You know what I mean? I flip it around, and everybody goes on about that no-till and stuff. And I had a couple plants here that they were what 8-9 months old. Flipped them a couple times, and I fucking tore their roots all open and everything, man. And it's just was horrible down in there. It's like sawdust because the microbes have just used everything they could possibly use. You know what I mean? And we're talking like 67, 68 gallon or 60 liter totes, shit like that. You know, can't even sustain the plant for 8 to 9 months or the mycology or anything like that, right? So there it is. I just like, so I flip it, break it up, mix it all together. Everybody says leave it alone and stuff, but when it's that old and used up and it's just like sawdust down in there, she goes outside, gone. Fucking, I could see having the big 4x4, no-till beds and stuff like that. But in my head, sooner or later, that would be no good too, because it's only a 4x4. I mean, sooner or later, you're going to exhaust that. I mean, you're flipping plants. There's only so much flipping you get. There's only so many leaves that plant is going to produce for you to put back into that soil. You are limited on what you are going to get over a period of time with what is in that bed. And you might not get enough.
The idea, Tim, is it's called the law of return. So the idea would be that you're going to return 40%.
You hope. You hope.
And it'll continue to cycle. I get what you're saying. It's a fucking tough deal. Honestly, dude, that's a perfect lead in though. So this month on the organic takeover, I actually got Joshua Steenvold coming on. And he is doing that exact thing that you're talking about. And he's coming on to talk about biological fertility and some of the shit we were talking about with that progression of soil, the biology, he just went through Elaine Ingham's classes. So I'm really excited.
Because I mean, honestly, I've been here growing now for like almost year and 6, 7, 8 months, and I've never used any pesticide sprays. This PM is the first major thing that I've had. Obviously, growing pains along the way and stuff like that. I had fungus gnats. They weren't too bad, you know what I mean? Easy to deal with. My pests and stuff like that been pretty easy. Maybe it's just where we fall on the equator, or what do they call it? Your zones, like you're in zone whatever for plants, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't remember the name. The sub whatever. I think somebody heard it from somebody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What is it, Raptor?
There's a USDA. It has to do with heat, but it's.
I think it's
like
where
I'm in zone 10.
World.
Yeah, I'm in zone 10, and you're up. You're probably
I think I'm 4 or 5.
Okay, interesting.
4 or 5, something like that, right?
I think Casadian was saying it.
Oh yeah.
I was just referencing that there's a latitude difference, and then there's the growing zones is what they call those.
Grow zone, exactly.
The
Thank
grow
you.
zones, that's look that up. But I mean, all I got is spiders, man. Like spiders and the cat, fucking flies, beetles, centipedes. I don't see much anything else in here. Like,
well, you bring up a good point, Tim, when you were saying, just get in there. Like, I haven't messed with it at all. Like, if I'm trying to,
you'll be so much happier when you do.
Well, yeah, I've been looking for a broad fork, and a broad fork is just exactly what you're saying, but on a much wider, a little wider, so I don't have to be constantly be going in with a shovel, but I am going to have a shovel next to me because there's a lot of rocks that are put up there to keep up the slope. But I'm not, I'm obviously not going to take them all out. I'm going to be leaving the majority of them in to be doing their job. But yeah, I need to get into that top. And I have a lot of horses around me. So
Oh yeah.
you know what that means. Gonna be using that good stuff.
We don't condone the use of any illegal substances on the Eagle's personal garden show here. This is for educational purposes only. Just like to remember and remind you all that.
Yeah.
Have you considered fruit trees and a heavy layer of mulch?
Yes, I actually have been using like basically the bedding of horse. There's a horse racing track around me, and I have a friend who actually runs a hemp farm. So I had him dump off. He bases he calls it compost, but it's really more like a mulch. And I'm like, okay, I can use this. It's not there is composted material in it, but for the most part, it's basically the beddings and stuff. But I like that one. I've been doing like a little trial between the two guavas. There are different kinds of guavas, but guavas that have been established like for 25 years. And the one with just like wood chips I put on the left side, and the one with wood chips as a base, and then that bedding, that horse race bedding on top. It's just killing it. Like the one with just wood chips just totally got burnt over because it didn't have the moisture that could help itself out in the soil. I've been watering them the same and everything, and at this point I'm just gonna put the rest on there. I'm like, this works. This works. I need to do that. So exactly like you're saying, put mulch on there. And that's what I should have said first. That I do have mulch material, and I am going to be bringing in
I would think
horse manure as
Ooh.
well. But I'm going to compost it first, obviously. I don't want to put it in hot. Smiley, you're saying something, sorry.
No, I would consider something like a calcium too, and trying to
Yes.
balance out that clay.
Well, I was thinking oyster shells.
Yeah,
but
carbonate. Yep.
exactly. Yeah, I was gonna be doing basically. I was gonna like I literally went to Tractor Supply today to see what kind of stuff they have for materials. It was a little one. Yeah, I went to the one closest by me, an hour away. But yeah, I was talking to GMF, and I was like, man, there was just this small corner of organic animal feed, and it was just all for chickens, so it was all grain based. And I was like, yeah, I guess I could use this for mushrooms, and helping with my food, with eating more mushrooms. But yeah, I ended up not getting it so that I didn't want to just buy whatever they have. Obviously, I was like, I could always come back. This was the first time there. So yeah, I did see that they have lots of oyster shell flour for the chickens.
Yep. Except pellets.
To help for the gizzards. Yeah, to help.
See
to
that
help them.
really light stuff there? That is old roots from the pot that was like 8-9 months old. So that's how light the soil came out of there. So I threw it in because I had a couple bags of Fox Farm and shit and mixed it in. Keep it anyway, right? Let it sit here for a while, but I haven't really messed with it. I threw in some mycorrhiza there, a couple different kinds. And but I do come over and smell it regularly. And when it starts smelling that fucking funky dead air smell, I'll stir it up because I don't want to. I'm scared to move to that. What is it? That fungally super dominated shit. I don't know, like KNF and all that. I don't want to move there, but I use her for a while. Shit ain't cheap.
No. Are you feeding it though,
That's for
Tim? Or are
sure.
you doing
What's
fine?
that?
Are you feeding it in your? Are you fertigating with?
Once in a while, I'll feed a plant if it needs it, but I tend not to. Yeah, I even stopped using the corn molasses and stuff.
You don't? Do you dry amend or top dress with anything? Or
Nope. Just usually the molasses, the earthworm, and what else? Hold on. A little bit of drop of plant therapy. And use I'll use the bush doctor once in a while for the kelp. But that's about it. No, like, what were you gonna say? Rinse the soil.
no, I was just wondering if you amended with anything like alfalfa, kelp, meal, crab shell, any of them kind of usual neem seed meal.
No, I haven't moved to any dry amendments yet, but the way it sounds, that's definitely the way to go.
Yeah, it is a way to go. I mean,
Even
honestly,
a little bit of barley, that's a really cheap way to start. Just put on a little bit of barley and then love it.
yep, I do. I was gonna say too, another one is like getting a mix for a top dress. So whether it's the expensive ones at the grocery store or whatever, but I don't know. I know Mr. B's Green Trees is good. Like that Gaia Green works good. They all kind of mix dry amendments and just give you a rate to put on the top of the soil. So it does make it pretty easy that way. Because there's a
Sorry, my mom just got up.
Oh.
I was talking a little too loud.
Settle down, Tim.
Yeah. Blame it on Smiley and the boys.
But that is the intimidating thing about organics. There's so many fucking options, right? Like you could put anything on there, you know. And then you got to start talking KNF and wildcrafting and horsetail and comfrey and fucking all this shit.
Well, you got to remember too. Now I'm only on like a little over a year and a half growing, so you know it's all still fucking growing new shit to me, right? But I think it's just gradually along the way you tend to learn new things and move into something new. Try this, try that, right? So it is what it is.
Yeah.
That's why I'm doing the other thing. You know, I'm going to get. See, here's the thing in Canada. I don't know if Casadian's a medical patient or not, right? Depending on how many grams a day you're allowed is how many plants you can have and how much medicine you're allowed to have in storage. Well, they're actually really fucking tight up here. And they make it really hard for you to have. Like, okay, so 4 gram a day have it. And I can have like, what is it, a quarter pound on hand. So, you know what I mean? To stay within the limits of the rules of Health Canada and stuff, it's kind of hard. You know what I mean? Like, you do your best, but to get enough medicine and shit like that, it's a pain in the ass. So that's why I'm trying to do it the other way. I'm going to move into, I think, the mono rooms, and I might give my hand at that cocoa try there, the way fucking in the other room, but something new. I just feel like I'm getting stagnant and it is time to move on. So maybe I'll move into the dry nutrients on one hand, and then because that's still working with the soil, and then I'll move into the you know, the other part of it there with the cocoa and stuff. Because I mean, I got lots of room down here, and the COVID shit, we ain't going back to work anytime soon around here. So you know, the hobby's a good hobby, I guess. But anyway, I got to get off. It was fun seeing everybody and talking with you. I got the look. So,
All right, man.
It was fun getting
Talk
stoned
about
right
this.
out of her with you boys, fucking like usual.
Oh, yeah, bro.
Be sitting here with the girls by myself if it wasn't for you guys. So,
Thanks for
cheers.
Real
hanging,
one, brother.
May your gardens be lush and green. Later, boys.
Uh,
Later, man.
Do I have to do another fucking talking shit with the Eagle thingy? You got enough of them now, don't you?
Yeah, I think I do.
Drop it. Do it. Fuck it.
No, I'm good. I'm talking to you guys later. I gotta go take my
now you
meds anyway.
it.
So.
Fucking run it.
Yeah, you mentioned it, man. You're the one that brought it up.
Some shit.
Yeah, okay, I'll talk to you later. I gotta go.
Peace out, bro.
Peace out, son.
Have a good one.
Good sex, man. Seems awesome.
He's funny. Totally funny kid.
So what do you guys think of biochar? I've seen that come up in chat a few times. I'm sorry, you go to me to cut off.
Go ahead, man.
No, I just seen it come up in chat a few times, the biochar thing. I don't know. Do you use that, Cascadian, or?
My latest soil mix has see, how did I do that? So I'm running Coots mix, which is 1/3 organic matter, 1/3 aeration, 1/3 peat moss. And of the 1/3 aeration, here, I'll pull up the numbers for you.
Well, to be technical here, I guess the Cornell mix is what you described there.
Yeah.
Coot's mix is actually the 3rd worm castings. So Coot really advocates for that worm castings to be pretty heavy in that. So yeah, he does it with worm castings because he's on top of the vermiculture. But for other people, he says whatever you can get, the best stuff you can get. Right.
I've heard that as well, but on both ends. So just if you can get some worm castings, put it into.
Well, that's because his philosophies has changed over the years. But if you go read back on the forums, it was 1/3 compost, 1/3 humus, 1/3 peat moss. And then as he got his vermiculture system dialed in and he came across the vermiculture technologies book and he started to really dial in his own system, he started to advocate for vermicompost. But so I was just being general though. So what I did was I took my 1/3 of aeration and divided that into three parts. 2 parts of that is pumice, 1 part of that is biochar. So I mixed up 54 cubic feet, which is 18 times 3. So my compost was 18, my aeration was 18, and peat moss was 18 cubic feet apiece. And of the aeration, I had 12 cubic feet of pumice and 6 cubic feet of biochar. And then of the organic matter part, I had 12 cubic feet of compost and 6 cubic feet of earthworm castings. And then I had 18 cubic feet of peat moss. And that made me 54 cubic feet of soil. So I do have some biochar in there. And I do have some earthworm castings in there, but
sounded like about 11% biochar.
Yeah. Because each one is 33%, 33 1/3 if you want to get technical. So it's 11.11%.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That's kind of how I broke mine down too. Them thirds like that. Just doing the aeration a little different.
I've heard 10%, but they're obviously estimating down because it's exactly like you guys are saying. Like when I look at other people, like other mixes, it says 10%, but then you think about it, it's like that sounds about right.
So how long have you run that though, Cascadian? Is that a new mix for you, or is it a?
It's the only mix I've ever ran. This time I went. So originally it was 1/3 fish compost, 1/3 pumice, 1/3 peat moss, just like I had seen on the forums. But I've since taken all that soil outside due to the pill bugs and earwigs issue that I had. And when I mixed up the new soil, I was like, let me do this a little more proper and the best that I can without being crazy dollar, because the earthworm castings is expensive. So I kind of had to find the happy medium between earthworm castings and compost.
Yeah, that's the reality.
But yeah. So it's just real world talk. But Coots mix in general is all I've ever worked with. So as far as cannabis is concerned.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm around like 5 or 6%, I guess it would be, of the biochar. It's kind of interesting though, because so I always thought of biochar as like, I guess in my mind's eye when I was mixing the soil, it was like, okay, it's the carbon to nitrogen kind of ratio of compost, right? Of whatever. Like I was thinking like super soil, they gotta cook it, and I didn't want to cook my soil either. You know what I mean? So I was thinking increasing carbon content would increase my ability to add nutrients without triggering that warm up. You know, was kind of the thought, but biochar doesn't actually play that role like I had originally thought. It's not an available carbon source. It is pure carbon, but it's not in an available form at all, like to be used like what we think of in the carbon to nitrogen kind of ratios like that, I guess. So
Yeah, I think of the biochar as like it's like a microbial apartment complex. Um, it's like a housing for life, or um, kind of like a cul-de-sac for soluble nutrients to get stuck in. It's kind of it's not that
it's like
the
a pre-made aggregate, really, is what it is, right? It's almost like a soil aggregate that's already there mixed in your mix, you know?
Well, if you look at the porous structure, it actually just goes on for like it's crazy that this is true, but it's like miles of like all of the porous structures. So, uh, how much material? So you have to charge it. That's the char, and that's the bio and the biochar. Um, what what do you guys charge it with? Did you have it pre-charged?
No, I mixed mine with the worm castings that I got from
Okay,
company or whatever.
cool.
They do it right down the road for me. It's a local place, so
Yeah,
but yeah, I just mix that and then I water it in with the fish hydrolysate, like a fish
interesting.
protein or whatever, and then I do that just trying to kind of bring more of a fungal to it, I guess. So I don't give it the molasses or the sugars. I do right into the hydrolysate and then I leave that sit. Usually it does get a pretty good fungal layer going. I will probably throw a handful of the grow kashi in there and stuff too. So, but yeah, that's how I charge mine.
honestly, I didn't even worry about it. I don't know if it came pre-charged or not, but I've moved on to like the soil testing paradigm,
Mhm.
and whatever nutrients it was going to steal from the system, I'm going to be able to counter that through additional soil tests and additional amending. So I honestly, I didn't even really worry about it. It's something that I would do if I made the biochar myself, but because I didn't know what had been done to it, I just mixed it in and went with it. But if I had a pyrolyzer set up and I was making biochar regularly and it did happen to sit in, I'd have a pile of biochar if that's what I was doing. Um, I would hit it with a compost extract as opposed to a compost tea. I would hit it with lactobacillus spray. I would hit it with I would probably eventually mix in either earthworm castings or mix it into the compost pile that I would then feed to the earthworm castings. So I would work it into the system, but I wouldn't necessarily go out of my way to charge it in the sense that we all tend to worry about. Um, 'cause
No, no, yeah. That's what I was trying to get at. I was wondering if you got it pre-charged or if you did it through if you did your own pyrolysis, like a T-LUD. Uh, yeah, I have a friend, Cannabis Organum, and he has his he went through a whole series where he made he did just that, and he made it out of a paint can. So he showed that you could do a significant amount, and you don't need a lot of biochar. Like you were saying, you did 10 the 11%, and then Smiley does 5% of the total soil mass, or soil volume, I should say. So yeah, it's this is a new subject for some people, I'm sure. So I just thought it was an interesting
What part of
thing.
the
Well,
thirds did you put yours in for the biochar, Cascadian? When you were looking at third, was that the organic matter? Was it aeration, or was it?
It's in the aeration portion.
That's what I did too.
Yeah. When I tend to research things, I tend to look at farm scale. So the pyrolyzers that I'm familiar with is actually a 40-gallon steel drum inside of a 55-gallon steel drum, and you can craft it in such a way that when you fill the 40-gallon drum and you light the fire, that you end up with the 40-gallon steel drum full of biochar. So it's a little bit bigger than a paint can, but it's the same concept. If you understand the concept, you can make it on any sort of scale that you're looking at. But I'm always trying to understand things from, 40 acres is what I consider like my ideal sort of farm setup. Anywhere 40 to 100, really.
no, that's a great way of putting it. Like, what is your scale? What is your goal? What? And yeah, you do it great. You go for exactly what you need. You were aiming for 40 acres, and yeah, it should be really interesting.
Right.
So you said you've been doing the biochar this entire time, or just the coop mix this entire time mixed with that?
So previously, before I did this new soil mix, I didn't have the money initially for biochar when I first set this all up, but I did invest in some over time, and it did get mixed into the soil slowly. And then I would also take my spent carbon filters and empty those out and take that carbon, because it's essentially the same thing, and mix that into my soil, which is probably a practice I'll continue to do.
Well, it makes sense what you're saying if you have a system that already has the biology, and then and you're already implementing compost extracts. I totally see what you're saying. So
There's some questions about biochar in chat, and my understanding, biochar needs to be done very, very well to work well in your soil, and it's not as easily accomplished well as what people think. So one of the byproducts of biochar, so you're basically burning the wood without oxygen. So you're burning off nitrogen, you're burning off potassium, you're basically burning off everything, all the other stuff in that, but carbon. So what the end result of properly done biochar is pure carbon. Now, where you can fuck it up is like some of the pyrolyzers, they can actually collect that oil. So after they run that process, they can actually distill that back down and collect the oils back out of it. But the point of that is if you don't get it all the way cooked, those oils still stay in there. And if there's oils inside that biochar, it's not going to function the way you want it to. In fact, it's going to be a real detriment, a real negative thing. So yeah, I mean, I know there's tons of videos on making it, and I know, Terra Preta, the ancient cultures used to do it and bury it, and I'm sure it worked great. But I'm just saying there's practices and things you want to make sure you do it properly. That's all. to just get charcoal and say out of the fire pit or whatever and say that's biochar. No, that's not.
Right. Right.
Great point.
Same thing that makes our carbon filters work is the same pore space, the same ability to capture. And I'm pretty sure the process is, I haven't actually looked it up, but I'm pretty sure the process is similar for what we use as a carbon filter. Carbon, they call it carbon as opposed to charcoal. So that was my justification for mixing it into my soil, and the point that I don't want to waste anything. But if you're going to actually make biochar, there is as much to it as there is to make compost properly or to make vermicompost properly. Like there is an actual like game to play. There are rules, there is a setup, there is a finished product that you're looking for. It's actually a complex system, like you're saying. It's not just, you know, scooping the ash out of the bottom of the fire pit and saying, look, we got biochar. Like it's not like that.
Yeah. So I hope that answered the question. There was a couple questions DK was asking about. So I guess I'll go back to the comment in chat. I don't know how far it scrolls back, but he made the comment anaerobic versus aerobic is like sativa versus indica. It doesn't matter much, but I think that's more like North and South Pole as far as the way things work, from my understanding in the system. So, I mean, yeah, there's definitely fluctuations between aerobic and anaerobic. There's biology that lives in both, but it's still, they operate on opposite ends of the pole.
You're talking about his question about is bacteria that lives on roots at the 7-foot depth in hard clay soil aerobic or anaerobic?
Yeah.
I mean, the world is a diverse place, and that's kind of hard to sum up into one thought, because what may be true in one place might not be true in another. Like I don't know if you've seen the pictures, but in the grasslands of the Midwest, not that it was clay per se, but you've seen those pictures of the root systems of the grasses that used to grow across the Midwest, and they were 7, 8, 9 feet tall or deep, however you want to look at it. That's going to over time become to be a very porous sort of soft, loamy situation where the oxygen is going to be able to penetrate or be pulled down every time it rains. The water is going to pull oxygen with it down to various depths. In a clay soil, obviously it's not going to travel as far. And there's a difference between a clay soil and a clay hard pan,
Right.
where that's where the variation comes in, and I can't really
Well, the biology, to my understanding, in the lower zone, the lower horizons like that is going to be anaerobic. That's just my understanding of it. Typically be anaerobic, and it's based on like the guys on the agriculture side, they push that meter down in the soil, and I can't think of the name of the fucking gauge, but it measures the amount of pressure that the amount of compaction that's in the soil, and that is exactly what is going to dictate between aerobic and anaerobic.
Right.
Because aerobic has to be able to breathe. If that soil is too compacted, it's not going to be able to breathe the way it needs to. It's going to be dominated anaerobic that way.
Right.
And that's just my basic understanding of the biology, but it is a great question, and it's something I'm gonna ask too.
We're kind of talking the same thing in two different ways, because that's kind of what I'm saying. That like the grass roots are going to create a soil that's not as compact in the plains traditionally, where those roots penetrate that deep, because they're an annual. Those grasses are annuals. They have to grow that 8 feet in a year. That soil is not going to be as compact, and then in that soil, when it rains, water is going to pull the oxygen down with it to a deeper degree than it would in, say, like the Southwest, where it is going to be more clay, sand, compacted, and the roots aren't going to grow as deep. The water's not going to go as deep. The oxygen's not going to go as deep. So
Cascadian, you bring up this study that I watched, well, this demonstration basically of exactly what you're saying. So they compared ryegrass, which does, substantially more root development and just holds like such tiny roots that come out like on a, and they compared it with a traditional grass, and I believe it went down 25 feet. This the ryegrass that they used in the study, and the I can't remember what they were comparing it to, the other grass, but it was just like 3 or 4 feet, like n- nothing in comparison. So yeah, it's a crazy. I'll look for the picture to bring it up, but that's something that I actually want. I bought ryegrass, organic ryegrass seeds to be starting that succession, and that's one. I yeah, same. I'm on the same thought process as you. So yeah, this is very interesting. But
No,
yeah,
there's definitely roots that are gonna work harder at breaking that up. That's like trees. That's like that's why you were talking daikon radishes, right? Because they can power through some of that like a wedge. But that's I think as far as the biology goes, though, I mean, there's a big difference in the way like like one of them's gonna nitrify and the other one's denitrifying. So like one of them's gonna make ammonia, the other one's gonna make a nitrate or nitrite, I guess, whatever. But it's total different opposite ends of the it's north and south pole. Like they're doing total opposite functions of the other one. Where biology is, and that's the problem with being fully anaerobic or fully kind of like aerobic, I guess, to my understanding. You need some of that swing and some of that other biology to it. But I don't know. That's just my understanding. After a certain compaction level, it's just kind of all air anaerobic.
Right. And it's hard for me to just make a blanket statement is what I'm getting at. Like there's so much variation that there is going to be a level where it is going to make the change. But to say it's at 3 feet or 6 feet or is going to depend on the composition of the soil.
So even to like fully saturating, a media or something like that too. I mean, like in the watering in general, it's creating anaerobic and aerobic and that's the whole idea of having like a proper structure because I guess to even get, I don't know, man, I hate going fucking way deep into it because I don't want to overspeak it at all. But back to the topic of redox, like that's total north and south ends of the pole, oxidation and reduction, and that's exactly aerobic and anaerobic. That's exactly what those are doing. They're oxidizing on one end and they're reducing on the other end. And what that I guess what in a basic sense it's adding electrons or removing electrons. So I mean it's literally north and south ends of the pole. Like it's complete opposite.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's two opposing reactions. It's two opposing environments.
Yeah. And if you want the math, catch me when I'm not so fucking stoned.
Yeah, I
think we all need a pre-presentation.
It doesn't help the conversation
with all these topics.
I mean, to go down all the math roll and start throwing out, all these fucking NOH alphabet soup that nobody's gonna fucking get. That's the basics of what happens though, is it's either adding electrons or it's removing electrons.
Yeah, to get really down into the rabbit hole, I'd have to start drawing on my whiteboard because I did so many redox reactions in school that I know exactly how it works, but we'd have to get the chemicals and get the charges and make the equations and to really.
Oh, the chat would love that. The chat would love it. As much as I love doing it in class. They would love it just as much as I love doing it in class.
We should do that. I'll do that with you on the show. I don't give a fuck, but I was kind of curious. One thing I'm curious, I seen on your IG page, Cascading, you had a it looked like a soil test, and you had kind of percentages of base saturation, and then you had a calculation on what amendments would be needed to reach those kind of, basic saturation improvements. So that's definitely something I'm really curious about, is because I've heard a few guys talk about that. Like, you can actually calculate that fucking weight that you got to add of oyster shell or whatever, and it's like my ears perked up big time. I'm like, huh.
We'll
I'm just
see.
guessing at that shit. Fucking douche. Yeah, that should do her.
Yeah.
3 grams done.
I was working off of a somewhat questionable book, depending on whose school of thought you fall into. I think his name is Michael Astera, and am I right? Yes, Michael Astera has a book called The Ideal Soil version 2.0, a handbook for the new agriculture. And it's disputable about some of his theories on soil adjusting. But I was simply using his equations to come to my own basic percentages. I wasn't using, like, I was going for 68% calcium, and I don't think that was his recommendation, but I was still using his math to try to get there. And through repeated testing and repeated amending and growing, I'll see if his math, if my napkin math works out in the long run for trying to nudge the soil to where I want it to be, or if I need to work with different values to come up with those final weights. So it's in no means am I saying that what I'm doing is 100% perfect, but I did also go through some horticulture classes where we did similar activities, and I actually need to take that knowledge from school and compare it to that Astera book and see if they align on the calculation part of it, not every soil that you're adjusting for, every crop you're adjusting for would have different values for calcium, magnesium, yada yada yada. But those are just the values that I have settled on for cannabis in particular. So we'll see over time. I'm getting ready to do another soil test here soon, and I'll go through a whole bunch of the same napkin math and see what, if the amount that I need to add is less, that's how I'll kind of know that I'm getting on the right track. And then when I do another one sometime midwinter, early spring, hopefully it's even less, so hopefully I can dial it in over time.
But you got to kind of guesstimate what the weight of your bed is too, right? To have because it's a percentage of weight, you know what I mean? And then you're calculating an added weight of what amendment you're going to add. But you'd almost have to know the total weight of the bed to have that kind of weight percentage, wouldn't you?
I made a calc. Let me see if I can find it here.
That's what I was kind of coming to the realization, is parts per million is a weight. Sorry.
It's a weight, and I couldn't help but wonder if there has to be a moisture content it figured in with that measurement. It seems like the amount of water in that substrate would have to, make some kind of difference, because, a cubic foot wet is a lot different than a cubic foot dry. And it seemed like that would sway that measurement shitloads.
I could roughly guess too on water. I don't know. I'm not sure how they do that, Eagle. So you're totally right, though.
Well, that's part of why the saturated paste test is important to have added when you run a soil test, because the one shows the soil. I can't remember if they dry it. I don't remember what they do with the first soil test right now. It's 1:20 in the morning, so don't quote me. But I know with the saturated paste test, they saturate it, and then they look at what's in solution. what's plant available. So when you're looking, you got to use kind of both tests to understand.
Ones I think is a Malik 3 test, and there's 3 acids they use to break apart what minerals in there. But I might be wrong about that too.
It's been a while. I did this in June, and I've been through some trauma and bullshit since then. So, my memories are foggy is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but you're right. They do dry it in that process. They put it through like an oven, right?
I think so. I could be wrong, but I think so. And then the other one is obvious. The saturated paste test I know is when they completely saturate it and they look at what's in the solution of what comes out to see what's plant available. So you look at some values. A lot of the values come from the Malik 3, and then like calcium in particular comes from the saturated paste test. And Jeremy at Build a Soil actually made a spreadsheet that's available on his blog, on his website, that I kind of took the numbers I came up with and compared them to the numbers that spit out in his spreadsheet when I plugged in my soil test to see if I was on the right track. But I don't know how to tweak his Excel sheet to really get the same sort of values I was looking for. So there was a little bit of a difference. But I was comfortable enough with how my values lined up with his values to think that I was on the right track. Obviously I've got to go do this all over again, so I'll have a refresher here.
Don't do that, man. It's 420.
When I get my next soil test, what I'm talking about. I gotta do this all over again.
I actually just got one I sent in. I'm waiting on the results. I was supposed to. They said 7 to 10 days. Today was 10 days, so they're getting message.
Yeah, it might be there in the morning.
Yeah.
Were you testing out one bag? What were you testing out, Smiley?
Well, mine are on number 15 pots. So.
Oh, okay.
And then
so you're doing everything the same, basically, and then you're testing it. Okay. So what are you?
I've mixed several different ranges of soils. I'm probably on my 5th or 6th recipe now. It just kind of built and snowballed, and like, I don't know, it was like the first round of plants I made a yard of soil for, and then when the next round was ready, I actually made 2 yards after that, and then another 2 yards after that. So we just kind of, as needed, we're mixing the soil. The differences in recipe came in because of the sourcing. I couldn't get the same shit I got the first time. Aeration wise is what kept fucking me over. The pumice stone disappeared, and then I got grow stones, and those disappeared. Then I was like, but now I'm on to
really the grow stones. I heard that they were supposed to last. Dang. I was thinking about switching too. Okay.
No, the company disappeared. I couldn't.
Sorry. I thought you. I was like,
I couldn't get them for the next mix. The company went out of business.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I just remembered how I did it for the weight of the bed, because I didn't actually. Obviously, I can't weigh a 4x4 by 18-inch bed. But the way that the book works is to there's an estimate for the weight of an acre to a certain depth, and then there's conversion factors to go from pounds per acre to pounds per cubic feet. So I used the estimate of the weight per acre, which obviously is different because I have a different soil composition, but it gives me a value, and then converted that to pounds per cubic feet, and then estimated the cubic feet in the bed and used that to come up with the numbers. So that's why I was saying, I think it was last night on Eagle's show, that it's not an exact science. It's just kind of nudging the system along in the right way, because it takes repeated testing, it takes repeated amending, it takes time to really get it where you want it, and really know that the numbers that you're using are what you're looking for. It's not a one and done sort of thing. It's a repetition, long-term game. But that's how I did it. I was using the estimation of the weight of an acre, which I think is 2.2 million pounds or something. And then there's a conversion factor to weight, pounds per cubic foot. So anyway, that's the justification behind how I did all that.
That's cool. I like it, man. It's,
I just had to read through my notes to try to figure out, like, where is that? I know it's in here somewhere, but that was my
wonder, like,
justification.
how the fuck do they know? You know, like you grab a box of Gaia Green or Mr. B's, whatever. It'll have 333 on it. You know what I mean? And I always wondered because you read the ingredients and it's the same shit: alfalfa, kelp, whatever, fat guano, all these different ingredients. And it's like, well, how the fuck they come up with this 333 when they just mixed all these? You know, one of these you look it up and it's a 1500. The other one you look up is 079. You know, it's like, no fucking know. Like, how do they figure that shit out? So that was gonna be my next rabbit hole to dive down.
Those are percentages. So it's 3% by weight of whatever that NPK is, or whatever that number is. It's that percentage by weight, which they just do through an analysis of the soil like that. And then they can obviously look at how much they measured the total and then how much the actual element was, and then make the comparison to come up with the percentage, which is relatively straightforward compared to all the guesswork I was doing.
Yeah. Mine was still guesswork. I put up a video on YouTube though for I did my heavy mix soil. That's the most recent one, and then I've been kind of filming it as it's going along through the cycle. So see how it does. It's been working good.
Awesome, man.
Yeah. Fuck though, man. I went to rocks and pea gravel and sand instead of, so a third of the mix is all, so of that third, so what was it, 18 you said or whatever, 2/3 of it was sand. So of that 18, it would have been 12 was sand and 6 was pea gravel. So it's heavy as a motherfucker.
Yeah. If I mix any more soil, I'm renting a concrete mixer, cement mixer. The hell with that. I'm done with the shovel and tarp moves. I'm going to get a cement mixer if I got to mix any more soil.
Problem is though the size on that. So I was looking at those, but they only do like 2 cubic feet at a time or something. Like
that's fine. I'll hit the button and wait and smoke a bowl and hit the button and wait. I mean, you just got to add the third. Use the same container.
That's what I was thinking.
A little bit of water.
Mix it the same every time, but I don't know.
Hell with that. And I'm not doing that with a shovel, man. That's props to you if you did that with a shovel and a tarp or something like that, because that's heavy.
A rake and a tarp, yep.
So, yeah, I couldn't. My back wouldn't do that.
I paid for it, man. I was limping after the end of the day.
Oh man,
it is getting. I'm gonna jump out. Eagle wants to say something too.
Oh, I was just gonna say about mixing there when I was talking to Weedworks there a week ago. When we were talking about mixing soil, he suggested going to your local nursery or agricultural center there and see if they won't pre-mix soil for you. You just go in and tell them your ingredients and what you want and have them mix up large batches for you to save your back and going that way. I thought that was a pretty good way right there for people that don't have the room or want to, throw it around, to just be able to pick it up in the bag and store it, or even pick it up ready. I don't know. I thought that was a pretty good tip for.
Yeah,
it is an awesome tip.
He bought a 2-year mixer to do that exact thing. He goes, so he mixes his own with it, and you can go get your own custom done with them. So I'm actually.
Well, I was actually talking to I went to visit a dragon fruit farm. What was it? Saturday. It was the first time that I've been to this kind of a farm. And I was talking to him how he goes about it. He had like 2,000 plants, 2,000 dragon fruit plants, and he needed like a couple thousand more. He needed like 3,000 more, so like a total of 5 to keep up with his contract. I was like, oh, how are you going about it? And exactly like Eagle said, he went to agricultural supply, and they said for the dragon fruits, they just need half aeration, half compost. So it was pretty simple for him, and he just had him mix it up for them. So yeah, that's what farmers do. So save your back,
No,
basically.
that's why I started looking into that. That's why I threw out Country Roots, because I'm talking to Chris,
Nice.
maybe doing a custom mix for me. So when the test result comes back in, and I know I was giving them shit earlier, but that's they're in harvest season too, so I don't know. Shout out
Not
to
much choice, huh? For you.
hemp, and they grow outdoor. He breeds hemp. He's all into it, man. Chris is awesome.
I think
Yeah,
that
I've been following. How about you shout out their Instagram? I've been following them. It's really cool. So yeah, Country Roots on Instagram. Isn't that just their?
It's at Country Roots Ltd. Maybe at the end of it. So.
Yeah. They have great stuff. So if you're in the area, like check them out.
If not, they ship. So
yeah, and even if not, there you go.
He does pre-made KNF shit, man. That's what I was saying the other day. Like people
I saw that.
don't wanna go through and mix all their own and wonder about it. Fucking, it's like $8. You can buy a bottle of FPJ and try it. You know what I mean? Like it's.
So you said you've been trying that out, Smiley?
I haven't tried any of the others like FPJs or any of that. He does a ton of other stuff. The calcium interested me, but that one's pretty easy to make too. So.
Were you doing OHN? What were you using?
I got from him because I'm not gonna make 5 different tinctures. So.
Oh. No, it makes sense. And then it takes what's the time frame, Cascadian? You were looking at the OHN?
Takes a while.
6 months, a year?
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's a long game.
Maybe I'm thinking the fish. The fish amino is a year. Well, you could do 6 months, but you're better off with a year. Sorry, Cascadian.
You're fine, man. It was so the OHN is actually pretty short. It's 3 to 5 days for the beer portion, and then it's 7 to 10 days stirred daily with, once you add the alcohol, the 40% alcohol. Stir it daily 7 to 10 days, then drain off the liquid. And each individual piece is done.
Have you gone into OHN at all, or you're still studying and making sure you understand before you go into anything else? Like, I know you use labs because that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I've done the labs, I've done some FPJs, but I haven't done the OHN yet.
Okay. Are you gonna follow the herbs that they suggest, or are you looking into different kinds of herbs?
I'm gonna try it the way that they suggest it first, because I know where to source the herbs at.
Oh.
So I'm gonna try it the way.
Be interested in making some labs on there and just throwing that out there for anybody who wants to walk through.
I'd be more than happy to do that with you.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's super simple and very straightforward.
It's gonna take 2 separate occasions to do it, but that's fine, man. You gotta do the rice wash, and that's stupidly simple, and then you gotta come back and actually do, well, maybe it's 3 occasions, because then you gotta do the mixture with the milk, let it sit, and then come back, strain it out, and mix it with brown sugar. So, but yeah, I'd be more than happy to do that on there. That's fine. I need to mix them anyway, so.
Same here.
Super interested in labs for like so many purposes, man. Very interested. That'd be cool.
Yeah, and then the curds that come out of it, I've heard you can make a lactobacillus cheese with it. I've heard it's really good.
Good stuff. The curds alone are really good stuff. I've had them on like some grilled bread, almost like I grilled the cheese a little bit, or the curds, and they didn't melt, but it's really good. A little bit of salt.
Difference in the curds that I buy from the cheese store, basically. Maybe a little less flavored.
if anything, better because you're getting like a living culture, like a fresh living culture on there.
I would
But
I would have to research. I used to look into how to make cheese, but it's been a few years.
okay,
But I'd have to look in to see what the similarities are between the two processes.
methods, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a
Cool.
good point. I
Yeah.
only say because you're, yeah, exactly like you're saying. Look into it, and then we could basically answer that question too of what is going on.
Yeah. I was
And
interested in feeding the curds to my sleeping puppy here on the floor, though. I'm sure she'd eat them up.
oh yeah, I've seen some people throw it out to their chickens. They go ham.
Yeah.
They go after them. Yeah, good stuff for your chickens too.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sure
been
that
a
would
good,
help out with their bellies.
it's been a good talk though, but I gotta just jump out. I'm gonna
All
crash
right.
here, so it's late
It's
for
nice
me.
to talk to you in a little longer format, Smiley.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think I caught I jumped in like right after you were jumping out, and I was like, damn it, because
Yeah,
I always see you in chat, and I try to be very welcome, just to say hello, and
yeah.
yeah, you're always really chill. So hope you have a good night, man.
Good talk, Cascadian Eagle. I don't let you talk too much though.
And get some work done, man. We getting a little work done, man. I appreciate you coming on, though, man.
Yeah, it's fun.
Always a pleasure, man.
Yeah, it's always fun, dude. Love hanging out. That's our guys.
Yeah,
So
love
we
that
got a
dude, man. He's good asset in the community right there.
Yeah, he's good people, man.
yeah, I
I didn't
really
mean to
like
cut you off
Smiley.
for after.
No. I'm right there with you. If anything, I'm fully with you there. Awesome guy. Really cool. Uh, we got a chat question in chat. What is OHN? What is in OHN that is benefiting me? Like, why are these people making it, and what's in it based off of the Angelica, the ginger, all that stuff that they were recommending? That's gonna benefit the user on their plans.
That is a great question. I understand a little bit. Um, I probably retained about half of the information for 2/3 of the herbs as to what they do for the human body, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around the nutrient part of OHN that uses these herbs, because these herbs aren't considered nutritional. I mean, they do have nutrients, but they're not considered to be nutritional herbs in the human context. So I still need to take a deeper dive into understanding the constituents that are going to be extracted from those herbs, and then how those would play into soil or plant chemistry. I'm not there yet, so I really can't speak on it with any confidence.
Yeah, it's a question that was bugging me too. Like, and I was like, "Ah, should I make this? Because I don't even understand exactly like you're saying what's being extracted and what's the chemistry that's being introduced."
I know from the human context that the garlic, the ginger, and the cinnamon are all, from an energetic standpoint, they're all warming herbs. They're all going to stimulate, in particular, circulation in the human body. They're all going to, there's warming herbs and cooling herbs and neutral herbs, and these are all warming herbs: the ginger, the garlic, and the cinnamon. But I don't know how the compounds extracted And so when you make tinctures, the percentage of alcohol matters, and different percentages of alcohol will extract different components, different constituents within the herb. So I need to look in my notes and in my books and understand what sort of constituents are going to be pulled out at that percentage, considering those herbs. And I haven't synthesized the information well enough yet to be able to do that. But I do have a chart here that I may or may not be able to find that might help me out a little bit. There it is. Maybe not. I'll have to see. I'm still trying to synthesize all these notes for myself, and I'll be able to dive deeper into this when I'm ready to actually have a conversation about it, which isn't tonight, unfortunately, because there's so much information I need to go through still. But there's going to be certain sets of constituents that are pulled out and made available in a solution based on the alcohol percentage. And I don't understand how they call this a nutrient, but I wonder if it's a bit of a translation error or a translation mix up from
maybe
Japanese
they mean like
to English.
Oriental herbal application. You know,
I don't know.
like
Hopefully,
maybe they got the words mixed up with like, oh, this is what you put on a plant, or this is what you apply.
Yeah, I don't think that their meaning of a nutrient is the same meaning we would assume. So when I can dive deeper into it, I'll be able to elaborate more and just calling it a nutrient, because I don't think that's actually, like DK saying in chat, I don't think that that's an appropriate term. I think the terminology is wrong.
Should almost be like OHM, like Oriental or
I don't know.
Was it?
plant medicine.
Isn't it? I watched a thing the other day with Trump, and he was talking about that the different abbreviations on how sometimes they change them just a little bit for like the people that aren't as knowledgeable on the subject, so they can explain more or less how they're used. So there is a slight variation there in the abbreviations. Is basically what he was saying.
And shout out to Chris Trump. He was part of the translation. Like I don't think he translated, but he was helping in the whole translation process, because he wanted to, exactly like the whole thing we're talking about. There was a lot more confusion before, because there was a lot less translation going about. And he even brings that up, like it was rough. It was rough trying to get this into a readable format and have everything set up, because language barrier is it oh my gosh, it's so difficult. But thank goodness that they stuck to it and we're able to do as much as we're able to now. But I'm just interested in the next 10 years. What are we going to clear up in the translations, and how are we going to adapt this to our regions that have everything set up, like the plants that are growing and that we can grow around us. Yeah, Eagle. Sorry.
I just wanted to say to Cascadian, you see me how twitchy I've been while I've been trimming, just while you've been on. Aren't you glad I came right off last night and said, see how hard it would have been to fucking concentrate with me bobbing and weaving the whole time last night while you were trying to talk? The only reason I did it tonight is because I knew, you know, I'd probably be like in the background while everybody was talking, and I would just more or less be present. Even as it's been like this small conversation, as I'm listening, I'm quite active with the conversation. I'm just multitasking. But I've noticed, like, as you guys were talking just a second ago when I brought something up and I turned away, you guys were like, hey, wait, is he listening anymore? Because I turned away and shit. It can be very distracting with, you know what I mean, with doing two things at once. So that's why I came right off on you last night, brother. I was just trying to get some work off, but I knew it would be. You said beforehand, you're like, go ahead and trim, brother, it ain't gonna bother me. And I'm like, bullshit. That shit's very distracting.
Well, I don't think cascading would be bothered. I think there would be a certain amount of people, you know, watching it and being like, what the fuck is Eagle doing? Now I can't concentrate, and this is like this good info. There's sometimes where I trail off. Yeah, I see, like in the Future Cannabis Project, like some people are just like doing stuff in the background. Like
I almost did it
supposed to be
tonight,
paying
but I
attention?
didn't want to be disrespectful to everybody. But yeah, well, but I just thought it like in last night's case on a one-on-one, man, where it's supposed to be this intense like one-on-one conversation. You don't want the other person the whole time you're trying to talk to them to be like looking around. And I know if I would have been on the other foot and I would have had to sit through and watch somebody bob move, I'd have probably threw in the towel like 10 minutes into it. I'd have been like, this dude isn't even taking in shit of what I'm saying.
Oh man,
So,
I had to finish my degree doing these Zoom calls. So, you know, to watch a professor be totally like ready to rip their hair out and then digging around their table and then trying to read an email and then I'm used to it, man. That's why I was saying it's if anything, it's mildly entertaining for me to watch, you know. But yeah, I really wouldn't have been any sweat to me because I've seen people totally fall apart trying to keep it together.
Watching the teachers has been the best part of doing this whole thing, and having to some of my classes were just so mean with the teachers because they would have no idea what they're doing, and then the teacher's like, oh, does anyone know how to do this? And it's like, no one wants to be the one that's like, yeah, let me do that, because then that's it for the semester. You're the techie.
Yeah,
you're the fucking techie.
Yeah, there was a girl in my program that, and I'm computer literate, you know, I know how to connect cables and make sure that the projector works and all that, but there was this poor girl in my cohort that she had a work study group at the college. You know, she was in the work study program and she was working with the tech guys. So she got suckered into that hard. And then the teachers would always, okay, come on, come help me. And I'm like, yeah, you go on, go help them. I got enough problems today. Have fun. But I'd already know in my head, like, we need to do this and this. And
yeah. Same thing. It's like
thought you were a teacher, you know?
Exactly. Shouldn't you be somewhat literate, just like you were saying, of the tools that you're using?
Shouldn't you show up? There's a 10-minute passing period. Shouldn't you be here 5 minutes early to make sure that your presentation works instead of taking 15 minutes of the class time I paid for? Like, just a suggestion, you know? Like,
yeah, I was
not to teach or anything, but just a suggestion.
Yeah, I had some family visiting, so I came in a little late to your show. But that's one thing that I was bringing up with my sister. And I was like, man, it's just not the same thing, because once you see your teacher like that, it's totally different from seeing them do their whole amphitheater presentation where they had all the jokes and ready to queue up and everything. Like those kinds of professors, it's like, oh, now we're getting the real setup. Okay. Yeah. And then you crone on about us with our presentations. Oh, you didn't have the right font.
You're right.
Fuck off, man.
You didn't reference that correctly. Oh yeah, uh-huh. That's what you're worried about right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I had some good teachers though. It was all horticulture teachers. So if anything, they were super grateful when I would help them out. It's like, okay, yeah, I'll just do this, do that, and it felt a lot better than just like seeing the struggle. It's just like, oh my gosh, I know that if I was just right in front of you, it would just be like 3 clicks, just instantly. It's like boom, now you can do everything. It's funny to watch them though. It is funny to watch them like move around, and just like you're saying, pull their hair out, and they totally were thrown off completely. All classes, I think all the teachers should have to do a certain amount of online and, well, in under normal conditions, online and uh, in-person presentations so that they could be well versed. And now they're having their hands forced. Now it's you gotta brush up on all the weakness that you've been letting build up over the years. So yeah, I'm excited for this upcoming semester. I'm gonna be taking a Cornell outdoor mushroom cultivation class and an indoor. So the outdoor is going on first, and then the indoor. And I'm through working with this Cornell Small Farms program. I feel pretty confident that I'll have the backup in structuring all this. If you look up Cornell Small Farms, they have a YouTube and they have all these presentations online if you're interested as well. But yeah, just the beginning ones for free. And then once I take them Cascadian, you're more than welcome to check out my notes and all that stuff. It's going to all be online. But I wanted to do that first so that I've actually been wanting to start my own mushroom cultivation business. And then all this stuff happened to shut down. I was like, oh, back off a little bit. I kind of need to see what's going to happen with this atmosphere. Uh, so yeah, I'm excited. They offer some good deals on some loans and setting up everything. So
Yeah,
yeah,
cool, man.
yeah. Rumboy has a question,
Yeah, Mole Vision was asking me too
or Mole Vision.
what
Sorry.
I
Yeah, go for it.
graduated with, and I
Yeah.
graduated with a degree in herbalism. That's why I'm always harping on herbs and droning on about what it does to people. But that's, yeah, I got a bachelor's of science in herbalism.
Nice.
And then Rumboy mentioned that soil testing, just like in regular ag, but they didn't go into what would be used for soil amendments. And soil amendments is really philosophical almost. It's up to the individual. Um, Everybody has their own sort of philosophy on what they feel okay to use and what they don't. But most of them come with an analysis of what those amendments contain, and then you use those numbers in the analysis in the math needed to adjust the soil. You use the analysis of those amendments to achieve the result that you're looking for through the math. So it's all about the numbers written on the bag of what you bought. If you didn't buy it and you harvested it, then you're gonna have to do some homework to understand the nutritional analysis of that plant and make sure that you harvest it at the same time, at the appropriate time to harvest that plant to match the numbers with understanding there's a little bit of variance in nature. So it's either buy it and work with the numbers they give you, or harvest it yourself and learn how to find the numbers and harvest it correctly to make sure that what you harvested has something close to the numbers that you found. And then use those numbers in the analysis to make sure that you're doing the right math to get the right amounts of what to add to get you where you want to be. So it's as easy or as hard as you want it to be. The easiest route is the most expensive route because you can actually pay somebody to look at your soil test, look at your amendments, and tell you what to do. But you got to pay them. The hardest way is to wildcraft it yourself, understand what you're doing, find the nutritional analysis, and do the math yourself.
Isn't the analysis only like $35 or some shit like that, which seems nothing to know exactly what's going on?
The test can be so the test that I pay for I think is $55 for the Malic 3, and then it's another $30 or $40 or something. I don't exactly remember for the saturated paste test. But to pay a consultant to look at your soil test and tell you what to add can be upwards of $150 on top of that. So you're looking somewhere between $200, $250 out the door for the whole kit and caboodle if you just want somebody to tell you what to add. You don't want to stress about it at all.
I would think that you as a crafter of your own soil would just want to know what's there so you could put in your amendments of whatever you're growing to match you whatever you're geared towards, right?
Yeah, I mean,
which I'm sure they would do the same thing. They'd probably want to know what the heck you were growing so they could give you a correct analysis too. But
yeah,
I'm sure
usually with the soil test, you gotta specify
Sorry.
the crop. Sorry, I'm just trying to answer you. But yeah, usually you have to specify the crop that you're growing so that they even test it right. And then again, you have to specify for the consultant so that they use the right numbers, which is their philosophy, as to what those right percentages are, like percentage of calcium to magnesium balance. So it's
what a beautiful world we live in when we can actually go to them and go, okay, I'm growing cannabis.
Yeah,
I need you to help me out here. So
and they don't turn you in, like
right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, that part is kind of beautiful for sure.
I'll tell you what I'm drawing a blank right now for and I feel a little silly of the people that you call the people in your state that are basically in charge of all the herbs and whatnot in your area. There's a name for them. There's like a few that are licensed for your state, and they can you can go to them with like any plant, and they can be
Barium.
like, okay, yeah, this is what is it?
Herbarium.
Well,
yeah, it sounds correct, but I thought it was an exact title, and there was only like so many in the state. And they were like licensed to give out, information or whatever. They were, basically it was like a state or a federal, entity. You know what I mean?
Okay, I see.
That represents, but they're basically Michigan State had a unit like that here of like you could go in there and talk to them with any plant or any leaf, and they would, give you a lot of info. But great group of ladies up in there. I had to swap out all the windows in their building one time, so I got to actually know them Actually, in some cases, like staying on their desks where I look like fucking. It was funny. The one time, the lady, like the head of the whole thing, she was doing a NPR like news radio thing while I'm like standing on her desk putting in windows and shit. She was like totally good about it. But it had to be done. It had to be done. But yeah, there's a special name for them people. I can't remember what the heck what that title is.
So in my neck of the woods, they have a like a noxious weed council for anything that's on the noxious weed list. But then they have the extension services through the agricultural schools that will help you identify some of that. And
it might be the extension officer is who I'm thinking of.
And yeah, and then the herbariums are usually they're collections of pressed plants and plant photographs and plant descriptions and known locations where those plants grow, so that they have a collection to verify your interested plant against for identification purposes. But those are often controlled. Like my school had one. There's a local plant library that has one. The large universities usually have extensive herbariums of collections of plants that some of them are 100 150 years old, that they have these pressings of an actual plant pressed and dried and mounted and labeled, and they use those for like some of them, they have so many of them, and the plant is so flexible in its morphology that you can actually see the plant change in the environment as the environment changes, as you look at different plant pressings from different years. So it's pretty cool stuff when you really nerd out into it, that they'll have extensive, they'll have 20 collections of the same plant from various locations, and you can see the differentiation of how that plant grows in the different altitudes and climates, and understand that plant is kind of flexible in its morphology and its expression based on where you found it at. So that it doesn't look the same everywhere, but it's still the same plant. And they'll have enough collections that they can tell you that's still that plant, but it looks more like this one than this one. Those are really neat collections. I've actually been involved at both my community college and my university. I was involved in the herbariums in both cases. That's pretty cool stuff. But those are like
I bet.
Yeah, those are actual like plant libraries of dried plants. They're really neat.
Yeah, it always, the first time I heard about it, I was just fascinated. And then I like looked up pictures of some of the samples that they have. And it's just like a very, very precise version of what people do with flowers. They put in between books, the pages of books. But obviously it lasts, it's preserved for much, it's meant to be preserved for much longer. How long do you think they can last and under optimal conditions?
Oh, yeah, 100 years, 150 years at least.
And they're in refrigerators, or how are they?
Not necessarily, because they're dried. They need to be completely dried.
So it's like an actual folder, and like
well, there's a procedure, but like everything, there's a whole procedure about how to properly mount it, the right paper to put it on. You have to put it on an acid-free paper so that the paper doesn't actually eat the plant up over time.
Can you tissue culture off of something like that, or bring the plant back from a pressing like that?
I don't think so, because you dry it out entirely. And I think once you dry out all the cells, you lose any sort of life.
Yeah, Cascadian is dead on. It's well, speaking of dead, it's done. It's done reproducing its new cells. There's no new cells. Uh, all of the moisture is just sucked right on out. So
I
there's
wasn't
nothing.
sure if there was something I just kind of like catching its like DNA.
Well, there
or
are some
something.
plants that
Structure
so
of it.
they go through extreme dehydrations, and then they get a little bit of water, and they just go into a dormant state. But this is something different because they might go into a dormant state, but they still have moisture within their cell walls. What Cascadian was mentioning is like a full-on drying of the material for preservation purposes. And it's just like to look at the physical properties of the leaf or the flower and the stems and all of those things.
The main reason I asked because I remember Sub there for a while before pre-fire. He had some of them girls up on the hill doing pressings of a lot of his flowers, and that's why I was, as soon as you guys were talking about that, I was like, the aha moment. Is some of that shit savable? Is some of that shit savable? You know what I mean? Should we be contacting these gals? Kind of type thing.
You guys were talking
That's why
about
I
it
asked.
earlier. The whole snipping a bud. Was it Tail who was doing it successfully? But they would snip a
Oh
bud,
no, me.
and
I
oh,
can
it's
show you
you.
some pictures.
Badass,
Yeah.
man. I really like that because I tried my hand at a mom for the first time this summer, and I didn't mind doing that because it was summer and it gets a little fluffier and harder to manage things obviously when it's warmer. But I love that you could just cut it off and then it re-veges faster.
It does,
So,
and it's a lot less space.
yeah,
For a mother plant. Let me
of
see if I
course, a
can bring you
solo
up
cup
some pictures.
versus a tent, basically a whole tent. You could have multiple things going on.
Right. Let me see if I can bring that up for you.
But that's as far as I think you can take it. Just clip it off at the end and exactly like you were doing, and then you could obviously re-veg and tissue culture, but I like your method better. Like that way, you could just take cuttings off of that once it's all done. I feel like tissue culture would slow it down too much because it doesn't have enough plant material to grow as fast and to photosynthesize and make more cells. So yeah, yeah, that's a cool method. Can you go over what you did, your whole process?
Yeah, well, usually I just make sure that whatever bud that I usually make sure it's one of the last couple buds left on the plant. I like to make sure that it's got at least one or two nice leaves on it, other than the sugar leaf on it. And then I just like any other clone I take, I make sure I've got a little bit of stem on it there that I 45, and I just throw that into my oxycloner just like I would any other clone. And that bud will clone out quicker, a lot quicker than you think. A lot quicker than you think.
Have you found that it's
Here we go.
a little slower than if you were to take
For the
a
full
cutting
re-veg,
for to
tons
root?
faster
No,
re-veg.
oh no,
No,
I'm
no,
saying
the
for
root,
rooting.
no, same as
How
a
long?
clone. Same
Oh,
as a
okay,
clone.
that's that.
No
Yeah,
quick.
that was
Yeah.
my next question of like if it
Let's
even
see.
slows down a little bit, but you saw no difference. It was just
No
as
difference.
uh that's cool. Good to know. And
Yeah.
then the re-veg was like a couple of days, like a couple of weeks.
To actually be able to take clones off that bud, I would say from the time you cut that thing off your plant to rooted to be able to take clones off it, 4 weeks.
Wow.
And all. Let's see here.
Yeah, I've managed to pull that off too. I took a couple of clones off of a plant that was 5 weeks into flower, got it to root, re-vegged it, and got cuts off of it. And I think it was like 5 or 6 weeks, but I was waiting for the cut to really get a decent amount of growth before I just tried to take the cut off of it. So probably waited longer than I needed to.
If you go on my Instagram, you got to go a ways, but you can actually find.
Now that I
this
know who
whole
is
thing.
talking, oh, for sure, check it out. But yeah, sorry.
I mean,
sorry.
you can go back and you can see them in the cloner and everything. You know, and I forgot earlier we were talking about ways to fight PM. That damp rib right there, you throw one of them in your tents, 1 per 4x4. And when you close that thing up, man, that thing is sucking in that extra humidity. Two tips I guess I forgot to throw out when we were talking about the battle with PM. And that's if you're working in tent environments, I like to leave my tent open for an extra half hour after lights go off. So when the light goes off and it extinguishes all that extra humidity in the air, it's not necessarily trapped in my tent. 2 is that damp red bucket right there that will catch any extra humidity after that point when I seal that chamber up. But back to the clone there, Raptor. If you go back and find that period there, you can find that thing in the cloner and everything. I think from the day, you know what I mean? I actually capture the day and then it's like I update it a few days later. So you can tell exactly the in between, how many days until it rooted, and then follow that update if you want.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to check it out. It's something that I was considering.
Be leery though, brother. On all them posts I have, it's gonna probably take you a half hour to dig up that post. It's that far back. It's like 4 or 5 years back.
I'll keep that in mind.
That was like
I'll
my
check
second
the
or
dates
third
here and
time
there.
doing that back then. By the way, just saying.
The part that I found to be crucial is you want to do it before the plant starts to look like shit. Before it starts to yellow or pale out, before the buds even start to look like they're finished, you gotta like shit or get off the pot. You gotta make your mind up on if you're gonna try to save that thing or not.
Because it'll express that dying off stage if you even try to.
It's just harder to get it to come back the full way. It'll root and it'll grow, but it might not live long enough to actually re-veg. And then you've wasted a few weeks and got your hopes up and it didn't make it.
Yeah. And something that if done properly would have had success, but yeah. Eagle.
Okay. Well, I was looking a little deeper in chat. Chris Martinez was asking what that product was called. I wasn't sure if he was talking about the strain or the bucket, and E put in there damp red. The strain is actually, I got to name that strain. It's not what's on the cup there. It's actually, it was Banana Punch times GG4, and that's a skunk punch. I actually named that strain.
That's awesome.
Although he did trim it down though. My when I threw in my name there, it was White Knuckled Skunk Punch, and he just kind of took it down to the skunk punch.
I think Chris was talking about the bucket though.
Damp red. Damp red is the product that you put in there. They're like $10 at Home Depot, Walmart. You can buy them at Myers, just about everywhere. and they're great. They're 6 months. You get 6 months out of that. I use them instead of humidifiers, by the way, or dehumidifiers, I should say, because if I run a dehumidifier, it's actually costed me about $50 a month to run, and it's putting a lot of heat into my room. If I spread out these damp rid buckets, put one per 4x4, it might be $50, $60, whatever, but it's gonna, and that's for my multiple areas, by the way, not, just your one. But in a one 4x4, you $10 will get you 6 months of, not having to run a fucking humidifier or fight its heat, so it's let's see here, 6 months times, that's $300 reduced down to 10. Plus the fighting the heat. That's why I like them.
Is that like the 4-pound bucket that you're using?
I'm not sure what size it is, but it's like the gallon. It's the bigger one they have. It's
Right.
actually like bucket. They have like different sizes. You can get pints and actually with different sizes. But that's actually suggested for a basement to keep down the moisture and smells. So it does work a little bit on keeping the smell down, and it doesn't affect smell. Or your terps. I should point that out as well.
No, I might have to pick one up and try it. They even have unscented, fragrance-free versions these days.
That's the one I use right there. It's the fragrance-free. But yeah, if you're like in a closet or a basement or a danky place, yeah, they do have them in like lavender, shit like that.
Gotcha. I might have to give that a shot. Because in the fall, the humidity in this area cranks up before the temperature drops. And I like to rely, in the summertime, I leave my sliding glass door open for fresh air quite often, but in the winter, I can't do that. I'll freeze my ass off. But I find that there's a funny time in the fall when the humidity's high, but the temperature is not dropped yet. So leaving the door open doesn't benefit me because it gets crazy humid in here. And then in the spring, there will be a time when it's kind of opposite. My mind can't seem to do it right now, but we'll wait a couple weeks in the fall to turn the furnace on because it's just not cold enough yet. And then in the spring, we'll turn the furnace off early, but it's still not warm enough outside yet to open the door. So I have these like 3-week periods in the fall and in the spring when the humidity down here goes kind of nuts on me. And that might be the perfect solution to handle those situations, which I'm actually in the middle of one right now. Just yesterday, we finally turned the furnace on, and it's still a little warm outside. Like today was sunny and 65, which isn't warm, but it's not warm enough to turn the furnace
for the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there, man. I actually I'm there, brother. I ain't turning on my shit. I won't turn my shit on until it's actually dipped down outside. Temperatures are like 40. Because, at night, it's like, fucking put on a blanket. It's fine in here. Daytime, it hits up. The sun hits the roof. 70 in the house all day long. Yeah. I'm even cheaper. I'm not saying you're cheap, by the way. I'm saying I'm cheap. I actually put my all my lights, because I still run them HPSs and shit, in the XXX hoods. I got 4K that run behind me. And then I suck the heats from the top of the LED tents. And so all that goes all through one. It gets sucked from the LED tents, and it goes through the 4K, which I figure each one of them to be like an Eden Pure. And then that goes, and it goes under the house, and it gets tapped in right before the cold air return hits the furnace. Okay. So at that point, the fucking squirrel cage grabs that hot, warm air and then disperse that warm air out through the ducts into the rooms. But in the meantime, because it's filtered, and then I buy the extra phase 10, furnace filters, which actually they scrub it for molds, all that bullshit, and smell.
Oh wow.
I put them in the furnace. So it's kind of cleaning up that air one more time before it's dispersed through the house. And then, so I've got that working for me all winter long. And then I do the same thing. I heated my house with this system at 4 cords of wood last year from October to May. Like this. And then at that point, I just flipped this thing. It's an up and down. If I wish there wasn't so much shit. Summer months, I take that fan and I flip it up, and that shit goes right. All that warm air goes right out the fucking roof. Yeah. And then wintertime, I fucking loosen them bungee straps and flip it the other way, and it pushes it right where I told you. I just cap them off. I take that one cap from the bottom, put it up there, and fucking flip it over. Yep. It's almost that time, but that's not awesome. Quite. About another 3 weeks, I'll make that flip.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm cozy in the winter, and then the furnace eats up the excess humidity from the grow. So when the furnace is on, I'm fine. When the furnace is off in the summer, I'm fine. But it's these limbo periods in between that I have a hell of a time. So I'm glad we finally got the furnace on now, because at least it dropped the humidity it dropped it from 77% to 65. So I'm still kind of like gritting my teeth over here, but when the furnace is really on, it'll get down to 50, 55, which is I'm fine with. I'm out of the risk of all kinds of molds and stuff. But
I'm very guilty of jumbling around my lights right now for veg, because the veg is an open area in the middle of all this, and I veg pretty much 24. Them lights may turn on and off, throughout the day, but they're not in their own room where it's, I'm worried about light at all. Not even a little bit. I figure that to be too close to like a 24, your veg ain't gonna hurt them things none. And then in the winter months, like we're coming up now, in order to keep the space that I'm in, or help keep the space, I veg 24. So I'm counting on the heat of the lights to kind of maintain a bottom level of temperature here. And I may, if it gets too cold or it gets to be like a cooler winter there, I'll swap out them T5s and actually put up, a high pressure sodium light right there, just to, I know it's going to cost me a little bit extra, but is it going to provide me with a lot more heat and get the job done? Hell yeah, it will.
It's probably cheaper than turning on the furnace,
Yeah, it is. Because I'm a propane out here too. Ooh. If I don't catch that tank at the right time of the year, man, I hit that thing dead center, man, it can cost me to fill that pig.
Yeah.
It can be brutal.
Is it about getting to be about that time of day, or?
Yeah, sir, it is. It's got to be that time sometime.
Can't stay awake forever, I guess, huh?
Right.
Not that I'm in a hurry to do it, but I know this is about your time of day here. I didn't want you to roll on past and get yourself in trouble.
Right on. I don't even know how long it took. I tried to speed through it last night, and I think it still ended up being like 4 or 5 songs.
Oh, man.
Shout outs. They take a minute, that's for sure.
Not going to get any shorter either.
So I appreciate you popping on, brother, and I'm stoked that you are popping on nowadays.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll be around. I told you. I warned you.
He said I warned you. Hell yeah. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man. Thanks
Any
for having
shout
me.
outs? Anything you want to plug for you on your way out there, brother?
Find me on Instagram at Casadiangrown, and the rest of it's all in the works. I'm still trying to figure it out. So I don't dare start shouting out friends.
No problem, man. Hopefully we'll get to see you tomorrow or sometime soon, man.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna duck on out of here and let you say goodbye to Raptor and get to it, man. I'll catch you again soon.
All right, bro. See you soon.
Mr. Raptor, would you like to give any shout outs or say hello, goodbye to anybody before
Yeah. I'll start off with shout out to chat. Some great questions. I tried to stay back as much as possible. I really wanted to hear from Smiley and Talkin with Cascadian. It was good convos. Sometimes I just like popped in like, could you break that down a little more? Because they were just like going through so many things. I was like, whoa, that was really interesting. I kind of wanna like break that
No.
down.
And
And
I
that brought up
noted
like
that. You're
5
great
things. Yeah.
at guiding the conversation. Yeah, you're an
I
excellent.
I tried to just like back off. I didn't want to guide anything. I was just like genuinely curious, but it seems like that's the way you guide, so I get what you're saying with the guiding thing. It's like, oh, okay, coming a little bit here. It's like I'm a little confused on that. Can you break that down? And even when I wasn't like I knew exactly what they were talking about, I was like, I've been hearing a lot of like discussions in like chat and stuff, and like a lot of confusion on like Instagram with those very subjects. So I was like, oh, if I could just interject with a question that I would, some good stuff, like to bring it along and kind of break it down, because Smiley has some great info and so does Cascadian. So I would just really like that. Yeah, again, shout out chat. You had great questions. And I wanted to bring that in as well. I'm glad I saw Smiley doing it. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I've been so entranced with you guys talking that I was like, oh man, got to bring them in. Got to bring the chat in. They're the heart and soul. So yeah, again, shout out that to chat. Shout out Eagle. Thank you so much for inviting us all. It's great that you share the platform and you're showing all the info and just hanging out. I heard somebody, I think it was Ian, that was saying, "Oh yeah, it's just a place to hang out, and everywhere is different. And it's just like we're fucking talking shit at Eagles. It feels like I'm in your room with you, puffing on bowls. So I think that's so cool. I haven't had that personally in gosh, like 7 years, and then just like cascading even before that, I was backing off on the friends, like making new friends. So it's cool to get out of my little bubble. I didn't want to get too. I wanted Cascadian to have his moment to just like reflect on everything, and I didn't want to interject too much. But I feel the same way that he does. That it's been a great joy that I could have you in my. It feels like I'm having you in my room and I'm in your room at the same time, and we could still be comfortable enough to quick shout out Fumador and his chronic table Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. I have fun there with Cascadian and all the bunch. It'd be great to do a mix collab, every once in a while. So we bring together everyone, and I still watch I still do my best to watch your shows, even when I'm on there. I'll wake up in the morning and say, okay, I got some catching up to do. And shout out Operation Grow, and we're honestly doing our best to shout you out every time. And we're Michigan Grow Show. Shout out to them. They were shouting you out at the end. So yeah, it's great that we're all helping each other out, and yeah, you're great people. You're
Yeah.
awesome, man. So I'll end it with
Thank you.
that. If anyone's interested in following around with the the crazy stuff that is my mind and acting it out, I post pictures of what I'm up to here and there. I Before I was doing it sparsely once a week, but now people are saying like, "Oh, we want more updates because I'm doing more stuff." So it makes sense. At least once a week for every subject, I guess. So yeah, find me on Instagram, Raptor Grow. On with that, thank you so much, Eagle. You're fucking
Thank
awesome.
you.
Have a good night, man.
You're fucking awesome, brother. Thank you, man. Look
Yeah,
forward to seeing you soon, man.
of course, very soon. Yeah, have a good one, man.
You too. Mr. Raptor Grows. Can't say enough good things about tonight's panel, man. Wow, what a ton of knowledge. It was very well put together, very respectful for one another, very much how a panel should be when communicating on a subject. Thank you guys again for helping in and jumping in to make tonight's content very rich for sure. Wow. Definitely a great night for tuning in. Hopefully, a lot of you guys tuned in. And I noticed that we had a pretty good crowd tonight for sure. And I can't thank you guys enough for that. Again, let's see if I can go over this list without forgetting. We had Jack Greenstock, Tao, Smiley's Gardens. We had Raptor Grow. We had lightupagaintim and Casadiangrown tonight. And of course, myself being very silent, sitting in the background, trimming. Excuse me. And that will probably be this week. I've talked a little bit. I forget how my camera's backwards. A little bit on getting things done and how things have to go. And unfortunately, right now I'm a little bit behind on my chores, if you will. And it's hard to do the show and be happy if you're behind on your chores, basically. So this week is definitely catch up some chores week. I will try to be on camera as much as possible, but there will be some times where I'm trimming and doing some stuff in the background just to get caught up so I can be in a better place, both on a personal level and on a show level. So hopefully it doesn't cause too much distraction in this week's content, but it's just something that's got to happen. It's just something that's got to happen. Excuse me. Fire this up and get these shout outs going. Again, thank you all for tuning in tonight, man. 4 thumbs down. It is what it is. 3 of them were like within the first 5 minutes. Probably for me talking smack about the Future Cannabis Project for airing later tonight. Coming up with that late night content. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I have love for the thumbs up and the thumbs downers. You all matter one way or another. Like I've always said from day one, we're all entitled to our own opinion, right? Good, bad, or other. Doesn't bother me none. Let me see here. I'm trying to find some tunes. I thought I was in the right playlist, but I swayed out of there. Man, I already got terrible cottonmouth. I don't know what I'm thinking about trying to light up this joint. Oh, let's see here. Come on, some decent non-copywritten music here. Oh, ride the Brass Against Coattails. They lay down some good music there. Man, I got myself on the big screen. It's scary. Scary looking at my ugly mug on the TV. Holy cow. Makes me want to push that camera back about 30 feet. Let's see if I can get this lined up here so I gotta look down the whole time. Seldom seen. John Smith, Oak Park Gardens, Hal, 9782. Skunky Pockets. Hopefully I wrote that down right. Martial Artist, 2012. Micro Slave Hefner. Robert Mr. Green Fingers Thomas. Who we got? Dan McDrizzle, Medically Fit. Lemon Hoko. Lemon Hoko. Hopefully I said that right. KGB. Rancho Costa Plenty. Monkey Balls. Thank you, Monkey Balls, for showing up in my chat tonight just so I could fucking put Monkey Balls on my fucking shout out list. So at least once a day, I fucking get to shout out Monkey Balls. Hell yeah. That's fucking hilarious. Hilarious, Monkey Balls. Andrew Chaplin. I need to go back and put you on there right quick. What's up? Good morning. How you doing? Welcome to the shout outs portion of the show. And you pulled in just in time to make it. From now on, Andrew Chaplin, this time of night, this time of day, on this channel, you will be on my shout outs. Back. Shadow Warrior, Valley Green 514, Amelia Jensen, that is the Hash Queen, Oz Indica, Dr. MJ Coco, Brandon Russ, Matthew Gates, Steve's Bags, Drone Star, Shotgun Willie, Dank Yoda, Jay Simmons, Sure Bro Grows, Clackamas Coo, DJ Conley, Mish, Grown Buds Farm, Aaron the Grower, Your Boy Road Boy, Delta 9, Joy McDaniels, Clackus 420, Stinky Colas, Dylan Steinford, PFC Farms, Krusty Socks 1975, Mr. Hanky, Sungrown 707, 8, C8 Dro, J420, Joey Y, Casadiangrown. Thank you for jumping in, Cascadian. Tito's McGee, 4 Plants A, Weedworks, Captain Scrog, Skunk E Buds, Hans Warrior, Jackie Young, Tara Lee Live, Magaster, Tempe, Annie and Dank Brownies, D Urge, Green Jr., Leon from All Purpose Plus, Green Goose, 11 Smiles 11, Bindu Buds, Micro Rasta Grown, D's House of Dank, Mama's Lost 710, Scarecrow 420, Green Thumb Bum, Christina MG 89, Unplug 80, Unplug 705, Medical McCullough, and it's a tongue twister for me. Rick T the Rebel, Nige 207, Fabian Salinas, Dave's Not Here, Tom Spook, Greg Walker, Mendo Dope T Dog, Dung Beetle, Red Eyed Jedi Grows, Mother Nature, Justin Conway, Jabriz Aldi, Run Boy 77426, Justin Goodard, Strongman, Okie Grower 75, Corey Trevor, Michael Wallace, Mole Vision 420, Greg Walker, Jabiz Ali for the second time, Cat Daddy, Taco, Don Slug, Rick S, In the Bushes 827, James Simmons, Bobby Yin Means, hopefully I said that correctly, Kevin Hahn, World's Last Hope, Peak Fan 420, Biominter. Who we got here? Boca King, Raz, Pop Little, Slow Roll, Spiky Pilots, Matt Steelbird, Indo 11, Stephanie B, Shark Pulley 989, Von Braun, Sovereign Gardens, Stoner Nation 420, Bugs 1, Painted Lady, Frank Booth, Fuel House Farms, Jay Myers, Jamid, The Chat, Mr. Manny D, Bag Seed, Dr. DGC, Jeff, Shredder 911, Dutch Grows 420, Scallywag 420, Mrs. C, Skillbo 1, The Canny Cake, Medgrower 1, Empire Breeding Co. Don't forget to check them out for some of your fire genetics. Excuse me. Groli, Lostley, Pedro, Liam Mass, Danny Danko, Breeder Steve, 8 Bear 7, Ali Noble, CK Tom Trinidad, Dog 16, Jamid, the Looney Jester, or Looney Jester, I'm sorry, Looney. Smoking in a small town, Tim S. Mr. Lazy, White Feather Grows, Raptor Grows was in the house. Thank you, Raptor, for coming on, helping out, and being a part of one hell of amazing panel tonight. For sure. I fucking forgot Jack Greenstalk in that lineup. How in the fuck did I forget Jack Greenstalk when I was shouting that panel out? Holy shit. What an ass. Where'd I leave off here? The chat. Shredder 911. Dutch Grove 420. Shredder 911. If I didn't say it, Bag Seed. Dr. DGC Jeff. Scallywag 420. Yep, I hit all those. For Growley, Lost Leaf. Yep. Sorry, guys. Raptor, Automation is Freedom, Rob, and Mr. Robert Hazelton. Jordan, Michigan Quarry, Double Tap Farms. I gotta skip this one. Double Tap Farms. Oh, I ain't gonna get away with this one either. Here you go. Double Tap Farms, Bob Groves, Mr. Green Thumb 420, 808 Rooting Prospects, Cannon Bus Driver, Hating Life, Kenny 710, Operation Groves, T-Ben, TM 420, 696, Root Nuts 619, Dr. Scrambles, VB Moonrocks, GHF Stealth Grower 56, Bio Greens, Hanky Stinky 420, OG KP, Georgia Joe, Ganja Nana, Yo Mama, Roy Rodriguez, Jim Seagulls, Nature's Best Nugs, GR420, Community Videos, the Lone Star, B Growing. Damn, that one took a. Killer Bee Growers, Roy Rodriguez, Ganja Wizard, Husky Gardens, Nut Tree 420, Dr. Ooh, Soil Life, Bully Life, the Jeffro 420, Dr. Franklin Booty, Beavis 698, God damn I'm baked, the Ripton Fat Boy, Ted Nugent's Test. I gotta switch audio when I hit them right now. Aldridge, otherwise I'd hit that real quick. Jack Greenstock 420, Spartan Grown, Boom Farm, Smiley's Gardens, Charlie's Farm 420, Aldridge 25, JD's, Miss D's Nugs, Smoking Grow, Frazier, Grow Cassie, Twisted Roots, Faded Farmer 420, Jeff Jarowski, Genetic Memory Farms, Evolve 420, Cameron, Bag Seed, Jill Carter, Mystic Marks, Ganja Snaps, Ginger Snaps. How about Ginger Snaps? Sorry. I killed TWE, Groze, SoCal Weedner, Rick Wolf, DLP 2372, Ned Denver, Sergeant Pepper 420, Cannon Trooper, Sequence 3 in the Michigan Bros Grow Show, Late Sesh, the Frugal Fours. Flying Cat 420, Light Up Again, Tim, UKSIF 420, Buddha Boy, Devin Shipwreck, Medical MJ, Budsville, USA, Resurrection Prophet, Chris Martinez, Tara Wilson, Dink Man Dan. Check them out for the Wake and Bake on Thursdays, 6 o'clock in the morning, damn it. Dink Man 420, Red Setter Farms. Much love to Red. I dig Red. He's one cool cat right there. Who else we got? Good Life, Bill Sid, Johnny Bell, Chicha B, Morning, Chicha B. I meant to say that when I seen that great name pass by my screen. Sometimes it's hard to jump in and I'm too lazy to type. But it always does make me smile when I see that name, Chicha. And of course, Miss Madam T. Both of you gals were a pleasure to meet. Huh. Most hated grower, the Major General 420 Army, the American one, W. Digger 714, Sharates, Kitty O's Genetics, Mountain Skies, ready to hit that hot fire. Chris Mertz, even. Has anybody seen Ready to Hit That Hot Fire in the last fucking couple of days? I feel like we need to check in on him. We have Dirt Road Dude, Kenneth Shiva, Jose Ramirez, Red Eye Rustler, Dab Goblin, Dr. Buzz Lightyear, Acetone. Same thing, man. I haven't seen that name in a few days, man. Hopefully you're just working or on a different schedule, but know this, Dr. Buzz Lightyear. I miss that comedy in my fucking chat, man. Great dude, man. I can't count how times that cat's made me smile. Candy Queen Genetics doing her thing Sundays at 9 now. Stabby, Tanaze, Fumador, Dirtman Dan, Keith the Black Sail, Mr. Bocilis. Who else we got over there? Zen Premium Gardens, Rasa Bob, Rasa Jeff. I think I got all of them over there. That is the Embracing Organics crew, Thursday, 9-ish. Check them out on YouTube. Bunch of great guys over there as well. Spiky Pilots, Majestic Marks, if I did not shout him out again. Soil Root Small Tubes, Tyler and Tyler Teasley, North Michigan Micro, Ouija Bud, Sub T Roy, Big Jar Rose, JC, John, Modern Genetics, always a pleasure to see him in my chats and even better in person. SoCal Weed Nerd, Lexi, Brittany, and Courtney, those are my baby girls. Love them so much. Sometimes they get mad when I have to be dad, but damn it, dad has to be dad sometimes. Green County Grower, CJ Apple, Perfectly Imperfected. This is the side of the list that got missed yesterday, and I am so sorry, guys. Dollar Tree Grower, T1 Productions, Dang Grower, DOA Grown Meds, Miss Nudie Grows, I Grew Some. Johnny Cannacy, Nutrient Shootouts, damn it. Naughty Nikki. It's a good one right here. Zoe and Slammer, Pixel Monkey, St. Bernard's Observation Booth. Man, I'm sorry. And he was in chat yesterday. Completely fucking missed him. What an asshole. All the above. True Weed Nerds for life right there. High Spy, Aldridge 25, Miss Madam T. I don't know what it is about T. But shout out to you, Miss Madam T. Miss Stu Move, Mo Grower, The Cannon Crate, Loki Grows, Sess, this guy 79 Burton, Polish Hammer, Midwest Ultras, Voodoo Ultras. That is Midwest Outlaws 31. I don't know how I completely brain farted that. Polish Hammer, Voodoo Ultras, Fresno Nerds. Edited version of the shout out. Wolverine Grower, Big Jar Grows, Laid Way Back Farmer, Jimmy One for Life, D Block, MMP Nations Creations. Want to join one out again. Take it all, you guys. Coming down that backside of this. Witchy Weekends, Amber Lalana. Witchy Weekends, that is, of course, Amber Lalana's channel. And, of course, with Miss Amber Lalana. I got by Twisted Roots and I didn't shout out Twisted. How did that didn't happen? Did I, get sidetracked down that list? I had to. Well, anyway, Twisted Roots, Amber Lalana, Chicha B, Miss Madam T. Who we got there? Oh, Tilly. Can't forget about Tilly. Little Witch Tilly. Looney Linda, which the Stone Daddy Jacob, of course, Twisted Roots in there. All the rest of the good witches there. I'm missing out. Sorry, all the witches over there. Great group. Sundays at 4, they have after party, 5-ish. I missed it the last 2 weeks. I'm sorry, witches. I owe you guys a rewatch. I need to get you guys back on and talk to you again about the once a month witchy weekend takeover on my channel. Chicha, I'm still interested. Get a hold of me, please. But I do feel like I missed out on some of these people here, like Boom Farms, Smiley's Gardens, Charlie's Gardens, Aldridge 25. There's no fucking way I said these names. JD's, Miss C's Nuts, Smoking Grown Fraser, Twisted Roots, Faded Farm 420, Jeff Dorowski, Genetic Memory Farms, Fall 420, Cameron, Bagseat, Jill Carter, Mystic Marks. I think I got the rest of them, but how did I fucking forget A to B? 420, Jack Greenstock. Oh, I know how I got it off track. Jack Greenstock in the growing with my fellow home growers. I'm all over the place now. Check him out Sundays at 7. Of course, with the rest of the group, Brandon Russ, Matthew Gates, Dr. MJ Coco, Spartan Grown, P-Protected Breeding, the American one, all at Sundays over there at the Cheap Homegrown Network. Back to this side. Warlock, Artist LD, Sir Stickley, Rob, Big Day 420, Brent Window, Big Ed, Manawati, G3, The Green Click, J and K, Triple G, Mr. Sprinkler, Brittany Teasley, Hope Farms, Lisa G, John, Be Too Crazy For You. Excuse me. Yeah, I gotta get that out completely. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. I just didn't want to hack into the mic. BG4G20, Dr. Budsville, Purple Thumb OG, just getting up and checking out chat. Set Art Throw, Sense Amelia, Miss D's Nugs, so nice. I always say it twice. Just a Base 420, Beast Crow Scroll 420, Mr. Sir How. Greatly appreciate you, Sir How. I read part of the message. I got retracted yesterday, but I did not get to finish it, my great sir. Trey Valone, Keep It Real, Danner 1620, Haggerton 420, Zeb Zeppelin, Audit Everywhere. BT Double D Rose Bingus was in chat. Bingus, if you catch this, man, you need to jump in on one of these damn rabbit holes, my friend. Just because it didn't say rabbit hole, I couldn't fucking type with my wet keyboard. Woo. Green Puffin Man, Alex, Boyka Jeff, Chef Life, School of Crop, because I love it. Green Mountain Grower, Southwest Okie, Reels 112, Andy Man, Miranda Family Farms, Haggerton 420, Page Farms, Me All Flower, Ryan Henderson Light 1978, New Sailbot wins. G13 will be on this week's episode of GR420 Community Videos. Hell yeah, and about time, GR420 Community Videos, by the way. Nah, I'm just kidding. GMO, all you great cats over there at the GR420 Community Videos. If you're not catching them on YouTube, you need to check out their shit. Just check out their shit. Please check out their shit. And it's not shit. It's great information over there, by the way. Don't take that wrong. Forgive me. New set about Wings Kingdom Aquaponics. It's Leighton Morrison. Indra, Michigan native. Mary Jane's Med Garden. Streamer 77 Double D. Hopefully is in chat right now. Bad Bunny Nutrients. Bad Bunny Nutrients. Chris and Adrian, check that shit out. Green Pots, Mr. Green Nugs from 619 to 664. Spaniard Kruger, Jones and the Grow, Papa G, Rose, Raz, Amy, Dro, Grow, Sus. The Grow From Your Heart podcast with Ross and Jeff. Lily Luna, that's one name I probably forgot on the Weezy weekend. Sorry, Lily Luna. Green Med Flock, Jeremiah Miranda, Stony Creek, Lost Art, Mr. No One, Jones and the Crow. Smith, Dude, GLG420, Giant Mike. Hopefully you get out of them problems you're having, man. Shout out and positive vibes to Giant Mike. Prometheus Soil, Jason Iso, P Wins, David Colby, and last but never least, Weedus207. Thank you guys very much for tuning in, hanging out with me, and all the great people that were part of this episode, if you want to call it that, tonight. Love this song. Probably get in trouble for playing it though. You guys know the deal. Please do something nice for someone other than myself by tuning in. And Dave, if you don't think I appreciate that shit, terribly wrong. Trent Digger, I even fucking appreciate you. Even you, my friend. Yeah. Not that there's anything wrong with your good self. No bad days, right, Miss D's Nugs? No bad days. That's what I wake up telling myself currently. Thank you guys. Random acts of kindness do save lives. Living example of that myself. Let's keep it, pay it forward. Thank you guys. This is the end of your journey. Get some rest. The beginning of your day. Be prosperous. Be positive. And see you tonight, you guys. I appreciate you guys more than you ever will know. Peace. Good night. Good morning. I love you.